What? Didn't I do this one already with Europium? Kepler-63 is a G-type main sequence star about 638 light-years away. The star is much younger than the Sun, at 0.21 billion years. Kepler-63 is similar to the Sun in its concentration of heavy elements. The star is exhibiting strong star spot activity, with relatively cold, 4700 plus or minus 300 K, star spots concentrated in two mid-latitude bands similar to the Sun, changing their position in a cycle with a period of 1.27 plus or minus 0.16 years.
Good afternoon, everyone. Hello, hello, hello. And welcome back. How are you doing today? Welcome to the Thursday stream. Hello everyone, Ori! Congratulations on the first. Hello Ori! How are you? How's your vacation going? Are you still on vacation? Hope you're doing well. Galundia, good afternoon. Hatchney, good afternoon. Arian, hello Arian. How are you? Hello, hello. Alex, good afternoon Alex. Freb, hello Freb. I'm becoming a one monitor plebe again? Wait, why? Hold up. What's wrong? Hold up. Wait, that's not good. Chrono! You are the best duckling. Hello, Chrono. Chrono, I swear I'm going to attack you. I fucking swear. If you ask for another PAC one more time, I goddamn swear I'm going to get you. Ah! Kensei, thank you for the 64. I think the reason you think you've already done it before is because you're a month off. Like, you might be a month off. Thank you so much, Kensei. Good afternoon. Twitch lied to me, it's a 64, not a 63, or more likely I misread the notification. Or, alternatively, 63 was, no, it wasn't the streak. Maybe 63 was the streak, and 64 is the total. We had that happen before, right? Can't say thank you for the hydrate. I forgot to. That's what I forgot. That's what I forgot. I forgot to fucking refill the water bottle. We're doing that now. Slowly. Wait, let's switch to over here first. Let's switch to over here first. There. You can have your war board back. Kensei sub message is interesting. Kensei always does this. Kensei includes like facts related to something that contains the number of months in his sub message. And like we did elements for a good long while, and like I've learned so much. I've learned and then subsequently forgotten so much. I genuinely look forward to them. There's a couple, like not to like tell you that I have favorites or anything. I totally have favorites, but there's a couple of resub messages that I really like. Ori usually does this, where Ori does like something incredibly funny. Kensei usually fills it with like something really, really interesting. There's a couple of running themes like this, and I genuinely really love them. Like, don't make that feel you compelled. Like, don't make that make you feel compelled. There we go. Sorry, English. To resub or anything. Like, by all means, please. But I do notice stuff like this every now and again. What is effort but a time between the efforts of life? I mean, what is vacation but a time between the efforts of life? I mean, yeah, fair, but have you ever been on a family vacation? Because I swear to God, those are more effort than actual work. God, I always hated family vacations. Like, when you were younger, right? Did your parents ever drag you on vacations where you had an itinerary that was just stress because your parents were convinced they had to get their money's worth by just like going there on like exact timetables? I fucking hated that shit. All I've ever want in a vacation is my peace and quiet. Nothing else. Like, let me, like, if we have to go somewhere, if you have to like be somewhere, then let me lie somewhere in peace and quiet and leave me the fuck alone. I don't want to go to this place and this place and this place and this place and this place. What I want is one day we go to a museum, maybe, and that's it. No time, no anything, just, hey, you all want to go there now? Then you go through the museum, you go like, that was nice, then maybe you get something to eat, then maybe you fuck back off. Like, that. But my mom was always really, really good at this. Just, we need to do this, and now this, and now this, and now this, and we have to be at this place by 4 p.m. or else hell's getting loose. Like, no, please, stop. I think I've been continuously subbed for 1 month less than my total sub time. How dare you? It might just be that then. And can say thank you so much, really. Thank you so much. Kensei's also been here for the fucking eternity, and thank you. Like, seriously. Unlucky, I had 300 tickets saved up for the new character in GFL 2. I had to use 290 together. I didn't get the weapon yet. Fuck, where's GFL 2 right now, Arian? Like, what character are we at right now? I started GFL 2 on launch, and I quit the game, pretty much after we saw like how completely broken it got on CN. New one last was Voy. Was Voy the one with the mech suit? I lost complete track of it. Because when we saw I think it was Voy with the mech suit, right? When we saw Voy in CN and the fact that you now just clear content turn 0, I was like, yeah, you know what? I don't need to fucking play this anymore. I think I'm good, thanks. That's when I quit. And I haven't looked back since. It's a bit of a shame, like, I will forever regret that 2 lost a bit of its uniqueness over 1 simply by adopting a standard gacha system, which in my opinion was a giant waste of time. But I preferred the gameplay of 2, obviously because it had gameplay to begin with. Then again, a lot of the maps were so simplified and so, you know, like standard turn-based tactics that it just felt degenerative at most times, right? I'm on the crappy forklift again. No, Galandir! The crappy forklift. I'm so sorry. Oh no. I'm so sorry. My parents actually had to, since getting out of the country was super hard and expensive. Yeah, but even then, do you now have to ruin your vacation by just like being all hectic and frantic about it, Palin? That's the problem that I'm having, right? It's not that, let's say you're going to a different country for a week or 2, right? Like, obviously you want to see stuff, but the main point of a vacation is still to like recuperate, to like refill batteries, right? To like let all of the stress of your daily stupid life fall away for a little bit. Yeah, the idea is, oh no, this vacation was so expensive, we need to do as much shit as possible. Like, yeah, but you're just making it worse. I remember my dad invited me on a vacation many, many years ago. I had already moved out, and my dad and my stepmother, they went on vacation. We're like, hey, do you want to come with us? I'm like, yeah, sure, why not? I could take some time away. I was still in uni at the time, right? I could take some time away. Yeah, I'll come over. And they were already there, like, they paid for the flight and everything, which was really fucking nice of them, right? Mind you, like I said, at the time I was already moved out. It was already, like, my own little household. No child yet. still alone, well, not alone, but, like, no, like, not married, no child yet. So, like, they pay for the flight and everything. And they were already there. They landed there like a week before. I couldn't fly with them because I had like uni stuff that I had like an exam that I had to take still. And And when I then finally landed, the entire vacation was just, you wake up sometime whenever the fuck you want to. The hotel we were at was like a tiny, like 10-room hotel directly on the beach. And I mean, you step out of the door and there's sand underneath your feet. It was fantastic. And the entire vacation was just, they're probably at the beach somewhere, like sweating with strangers in dirt. And I just, the hotel had this little like book nook where you could like exchange books. And I just like got a book a day, and it was they had this like sun area like on the roof, which is fantastic as well. And that's where I was for 2 weeks. I was up there underneath like a sun umbrella thingy with a book. Best vacation I've ever had. And if I compare that to also last vacation I ever had, fun fact. Not quite, but like the last like summer vacation thing I've ever had. I'm not big on like out of country vacations. I'm very big on sofa vacations. But if I compare this to like the vacations when I was still like a child, when the entire family still went out, stress, pure fucking stress all the time, awful. Morning to evening, just booked. Like, no, leave me alone. Except for one forklift that has been specially customized. Is the worst forklift specially customized to be the worst? Is this a custom job, Galandia? PTC same as you, and now vacate in the chillest way possible, yeah. Like, every time we have, like, family vacations, we haven't really... No, we've traveled out of the country twice. We don't really regularly do the, very much like the 90s idea of a family vacation, like the 90s, early noughts kind of family vacation where like you pack up the entire family and you travel to like insert warm country here for a week or two. Like my parents were really big into that. I fucking hate that. So we haven't done that at all. But we've been on family vacations before, but I make it a point to just go, okay. And now, if anyone finds anything that interests them, we just do that. And if not, then don't wake me up before 11. Vacation is a zero-sum game where every moment not spent actively engaging in the local culture is lost value and thus makes everything else you did more individually expensive. That is exactly how it works, Freb. Exactly how it works. If you don't get your money's worth of relaxation, then what are you really doing? The travel agency is ripping you off directly if you don't book that additional, that additional 2 a.m. visit to, like, local sites to see. They're winning if you don't go. I actually find it quite funny how Void nukes a lot of stuff turn one. Here's the problem, Arian. Here's the problem. I was already, like, when I quit 2, I was, like, character complete, right? Like, I had every character, and I had most characters in, like, reasonable levels. And there wasn't any content for me to play anymore, right? Like, most content was just kind of done. And then they revealed Void, and was like, oh, cool, so now we have even less things that we actively need to play. Like, more menus, in which I have to start different missions in, but none of them, except for fucking Gunsmoke, had any actual content. And Gun was just like the worst thing to play ever. Like the single worst thing that you had to do every couple of weeks. So, Nana! Good morning! Good morning to Nana Land. How are you doing today?
One more month until you've known the scuba for 3 years.
And Izzy! Izzy! Yo! Izzy! How's it going? Hello, Izzy. Hello. Thank you so much. Has it already been 3 years? My God, how have you been? How have you been? And a Maria! Hello, Maria! Woo! Good It's 4 p.m. What do you mean evening? Why evening? It's really early morning. And also, well, really early morning. It's like, what, 10 p.m.? 10 a.m. or something? Good morning, Maria. I'm in a taxi about to take a train to an anime convention. Oh shit, it's con day! It's con day, absolutely, absolutely. So you two are on the way. Stay safe, alright? Remember, conventions are full of sick people and sick people. Stay safe and avoid all of them. Actually, going to a convention is kind of like Minesweeper, right? Like, you don't know who's infected with the con flu already. So you're gonna avoid them all. Actually, it's not like Minesweeper at all. Hold up. I can't find an equivalent. Never mind. What if I'm both? Oh, I know you're both. There's also sick people, like in the like early 2000s kind of way sick, right? And you're all of that. And I hope you have fun. I hope you have fun. I haven't been to a convention in well over a decade. Well over a decade. And the last convention I was at was like an industry convention. Like, not even the fun one. It was like an industry exhibition. So, not a convention at all, actually. I mean, it's the same thing. There are booths and people that you talk to. And too many people standing in the floors talking to each other, blocking your path. Awful. Me hugging literally everyone I meet so I can just have like 2 sweet days of work. Izzy at the convention licking doorknobs. Oh no. The mental image. The mental image. I'm so... Oh no. Oh no. It is Passover? Yo, is it? Happy holidays. Happy Passover. What is like, is there a holiday greetings for Passover specifically, Krembo? And hello, Krembo, good evening, and happy holidays. Oh, good 20 minutes after it's legal to beer. I mean, it's 4 o'clock somewhere in the world, right? It's always 4 o'clock somewhere. The German saying is kein Bier vor 4, no beer before 4. But it rhymes, so it's funny. Hardcore Minesweeper, 10 by 10 board, 99 mines. Good 99 mines, but a square ain't one. I was at a convention in Mannheim 2 months ago. There was a 3-meter tall bumblebee walking around. That's not part of the convention. That's just a kaiju in Mannheim. Don't worry about it. Dude, I love North Rhine-Westphalia. This entire state is just fucked up weird shit and old industry horrors. Haven't you been to TwitchCon? Isn't that like a convention? You know what, Alex? You're entirely right, but that was 2019? I think that was 2019. Was that 2019? Shit, I need to ask Mal, like he'd know. I don't remember. You're absolutely right, Alex. You're absolutely right. Doki Doki Literature Club, no matter who you talk to, it will kill you. Well, or them. Neffy, good afternoon, Neffy. Hello. You talk to people at conventions. I thought you buy stuff you like or try out new games. Every convention I've ever been at, like, I talk to people. Be that for, like, various reasons, but I usually talk to people, yeah. It will be worth it, I swear. Izzy, no! Izzy! Izzy needs a handler at a convention just to keep her away from all the doorknobs. Did you just describe a legal convention or a trip to court? So, neither of the two, Freb. Neither of the two. The convention that I've been to the most, convention, once again, exhibition, like industry thing, that I've been to the most is the Hannover Messe, which is an industry exhibition, like a yearly thing here in Hanover. That's really big. It's like a tech thing, but not like modern tech thing. It's like an industry machine tech kind of thing. I've been to that one a lot, mostly because as a child, this is getting weird. As a child, our family company is an engineering company, right? and we've had a booth there like every bloody year. So as a kid, I was dragged there a lot, going like, "Hey, you're helping out now." I'm like, okay. One of my school summer internships was obviously at the Bloody Family Company because, duh, of course. So like 13-year-old Care was standing around on the convention floor in like a really ill-fitting suit and tie, just like talking to people. I wasn't yet I was already brain damaged, but I was better at masking it then. And I was just like, I had learned all of the lingo, right? Like I had learned our catalog back to front. I've learned all of it. And I'd gotten really like familiar with our products and like technical like specs. So I was just like talking to customers internationally, because even though I was fucking 13, I was 13 or 14 at the time. I need to get you pictures. Hold up. Actually, hold up. I'm messaging my mom right now because I know she has pictures of that shit. I know she has pictures of the shit. Hold up. There. If she still has them, you will see them. It's ridiculous. So, really good memories of that one, by the way. Really good memories of that one. The thing that I most likely remember, or that I most remember, is that there was a Greek restaurant directly next to the fair, like next to the exhibition ground, and we went there every evening. Mom says she still has pictures. Oh god, I'm gonna show them on stream once I get them. It'll be awful. You'll likely see them tomorrow. I'm so sorry. Less CS and more big machine for B2B. Yeah, exactly, Frep, exactly. Manden, good afternoon. Hello. I'm going to TwitchCon. That's a lot of sweet doorknobs. I see. No. I don't know. I've been to TwitchCon exactly once, and I don't think I ever want to go to TwitchCon. Like, for those of you that are going, have fun, enjoy your time there, meet as many lovely people as you can. I made some really, really cool connections there. I met some really, really nifty people that like I hung out with for quite a while, but I don't think I ever want to go to TwitchCon ever again. Not unless I miraculously ever make partner. Like, if you go to TwitchCon as a non-partner, the only courtesy they do you is that they don't spit in your face. Like, that's the only thing they're doing for you. Otherwise, you're going to be treated like shit. So, blah. And Izzy, thank you for the gift sub. What the hell? Izzy. Oh no, she found the bricks again. Oh no, our windows were safe for so long. There was a booth, babe. I mean, I was a child. So, babe in the purest sense of the word, correct. Aw, Izzy, thank you. Helping a family business just kind of happens. Oh no, absolutely, Pancake. Both, like all three of us, me and my siblings, all of us, like kind of grew up in that company, right? It's why I learned really early on that I was never going to be an engineer. Because, yeah, you do just end up helping out, right? And even though, like, there isn't much to do, I took apart, like, old tech scrap and shit. Like think, like, copiers, not giant machinery with dangerous stuff in them. And I did, like, a bunch of, like, office stuff, right? You're just at the company a lot. And you're just gonna help out somehow. But I've learned really early on that I just have two left hands. Like, I can't put machinery together. Accuracy, at least physical, like, precision work isn't for me. I'm super uncoordinated. Bad. Like, really, really bad. I'm gonna head out for now. Nana, enjoy the con. Stay safe. Keep the shark safe. God knows you're the responsible adult. So, I rely on you, I trust you, you got this. And have fun, okay? Thanks for being here. This topic confirming so many things about Germans. It's all engineers all the way down. I don't know how much I can say about this, Fred, because, like, in my family, there are so many non-engineers. Izzy! Hold up. Izzy! Izzy! They have a bricks! No! Izzy! Thank you. Thank you so much. Izzy, when are we playing dumb shit together again? When are we playing stupid shit again? We need to play stupid shit. And I need to get Izzy into, like, I don't know, weird games. Thank you so much for the 5. So, like, my family doesn't even have that many engineers, right? Like, my grandpa is an engineer, my sister's an engineer, my dad's an engineer, oh, wait, no, hold up. Oh, wait a second. My sister's husband is an engineer. Oh, yeah, no, wait, huh? Yeah, so you might be right. You might actually be right. Did you get out of the mandatory Standardtänze? What's a Standardtänze, Palin? Is that like a fancy private school thing? Like, I went through public education. 157 windows broken. That is a damn lot, Izzy. That is a damn lot. I'm trying to make time, okay? Life is screwing me sideways and calling me Barbara. No, it's not. That's not what I mean. Sorry, I didn't mean it as like, you never have time anymore. What do you mean? Not like that. Not like that at all. Please don't feel like pressured into this. I just really enjoyed hanging out with you, and I wish we could find time again to do it more. I know that there is a lot going on. I know that we're all busy somehow, right? So, please do not think of this as me trying to guilt trip you whatsoever. They say keep the shark safe. I get tense because I hate not being the driver and the lift has brake really suddenly. Let me drive. I am so glad I never learned how to drive, Maria, because, like, I'm a control freak 90% of the time to begin with. Like, you've played video games with me before. You know this. If I also knew how to drive, oh my god. Awful. As it stands, that is a part in life where I'm very happy relinquishing control, because if we all die in traffic, at least it's not my fucking fault. I thought that they were forcing high schools to learn the standard dances in German. Stuff like Fox and Jive? When, Palin? In the 1950s? No, we never learned how to dance at all. None of that. Like, I went through higher education, right? So, but no. I also know of no one that was ever forced to learn any of this. In any years, like, across all the schools that I had friends in, no. Like, maybe in the 80s or 70s or 60s or something. Literally, colleagues of 30 to 40 went through that. The fuck? Nah, dude. Maybe that's a state thing? Maybe that's a state thing, but the North Rhine-Westphalia idea is if it doesn't help you with, like, coal mining or steel production, you're not learning it, motherfucker. Or to live in such bliss, I envy you. I mean, the downside is I don't know how to drive, so, you know, there's a trade-off. Wheeze! Good afternoon, Wheeze. It's all normal dance like rumba, valsa, cha-cha-cha. Is it though, Alex? Hold up. Can you confirm this? Like, we didn't have anything like this. And, like, any friend that I had at different schools also didn't have this. So, multi-stream drift. Oh, wait. I never needed to learn any dances neither in public nor the private school I was in. I've dropped this on stream before. Like, the time that I learned to dance was for my wedding, right? I really wanted to dance at my, like, wedding reception. So I learned to dance, and then when I asked my wife for, like, the dance, she went like, I don't know how to dance, what the fuck? So I stood there going like, but I took 3 months of classes, what do you mean? I thought, like, this is a really good lesson in communication, right? I thought, like, she wanted me to learn how to dance so we could dance at our reception. And she never asked for this. I could have asked her. I could have gone like, hey, do you want to do this? Nope, she didn't. Sounds like you played yourself. Oh yeah, no, absolutely. Absolutely. The best part is I also hated it. I absolutely fucking hated it too. So, you know, I didn't even get anything out of it. This summer I will officially have vacation days. I'm hunting you down. I'm taking literal days off to hang out with you and play silly games. Izzy, that makes me really happy. Let me know. Like, DMs open for you whenever. They've always been, right? Let me know. And absolutely. Grandma says, from experience, operating a motor vehicle is fun and easy. However, driving involves doing it in a big crowd of other complete morons swerving all over the damn road, and that's very stressful. And I wish I didn't have to do that. Is this why people enjoy, like, driving on like, courses? Like, open race courses where people just go like, hey, I'm gonna book like half an hour there, I'm just gonna drive in a circle. Like, really fast. I know too many people that like that shit, and I'm like, why? Isn't that annoying? I've always seen driving as a means to an end. I know that, like, my dad's really big into driving for, like, recreational purposes, because my dad likes fast cars and expensive shit like this. Whereas I've always seen driving as a means to get somewhere and nothing else. The whole sport and hobby of it never really appealed to me. The only thing I can get behind is, like, cars as a hobby. Like, hey, I wanna like repair this thing, or like you buy like a really shitty car and then you fix it up or something like this, right? Like, that hobby I can kind of get behind, but driving in itself, I don't know. Humans like going fast. My evidence for it is pointing vaguely at history. It's true. Driving an e-scooter for only 2 months, and half of the time I'm on a specific lanes. I'm so glad I don't have a car permit. Right, Reese, right? I did the same thing. I helped them for 2 months and she didn't want to dance. No, Pancake. Oh, no. Oh, I'm so sorry. I feel for you. Like, I will never forget the look on her face too, right? Like, I went up to her and was like, hey, first dance? And she just looked at me like, how do I put this? I love her very much. It's been 12 years now, okay? But like, she looked at me as if she'd stepped in something. What? I don't know. but like, the purest, least fake reaction I've ever gotten out of someone. Just like, completely true. Ugh. I think I could have asked her to, like, go punch kittens, and she would have had the same reaction. Going stupid or speed is fun, but should only be done in places where the stupid part won't cause absolute catastrophe. Yes, absolutely. Drive safe. Like, that's the maxim, right? Had to take dance classes for their confirmation. I'm a filthy Catholic, so I never had that either. But interesting. I wonder what would be the point. I also can't wait for cars that drive me, but I can see the appeal of riding something that was designed for speed. Like I said, for me, driving will forever just be a means to an end, right? Like, I know people that enjoy walking. For me, walking is the natural means we use to get from A to B. I might enjoy the sights, I might enjoy the sounds, I won't, there are people outside. But like, the act of walking itself for me will forever just be a means to an end. And driving's exactly the same. Can't wait for manual driving to be outlawed, barring specialist advanced licenses. Humans just cannot drive. My evidence for this is pointing vaguely at traffic death figures. Pointing vaguely at the road outside when the first, like, snow falls. I don't know. I don't think I'm ever gonna learn how to drive. Not in my lifetime. I don't need to where I live, and the only time that we're moving away from here is when society collapses, and at that point it will be impossible to drive a vehicle anyway. So, I don't know. Can we do the driving children too? Please, Palin. Absolutely. God, I wish people would have to get a how do I put this? This is dangerous territory, all up. I wish expecting parents were required to go through a course on how to raise a child. There we go. Let's call it like that. Let's call it like that, right? I wish there was some sort of thing that you were forced to fucking do that taught you, here's the weird little flesh bag you're about to have. This is how you keep it alive. And this is how you keep yourself sane. Good luck. That means having opinions online, operating a motor vehicle, reproduction. No. I don't think the latter Krembo can go like very, very slippery slope very quickly, and I do not want to do that. Thank you. Let's not. There's a reason I was careful about phrasing that. Bad Wolf! Good timing to join to this topic. There is never a good moment to join this stream. It's always bad. Like I'm either yelling obscenities or some random shit's happening, so. Hope you're well. Hello. That was about to be one hell of a hot take. Yeah. You shouldn't sound like you have the personal drive to get the license. First of all, Freb, well done. Well done. I applaud you. Second of all, fuck you. Third of all, there's no need for me to learn how to drive, right? I live in an incredibly crowded area that has incredibly good infrastructure for public transport. We have very walkable cities, all of them, as clusterfucked as they are. And a car is just extra cost for no reason. I don't need to travel to more rural areas where public transport isn't as ubiquitous. I don't need to, I mostly travel, when I travel in inner cities where cars pile up anyway, right? It's all traffic. I can just take a tram or a bus that's also getting stuck in traffic, or a train, or a helicopter. Okay, I'm not that posh. I wish I could take a helicopter, dude. I fucking wish. Then you need to rely on DB. No, I don't, Palin, because I live in the Ruhrgebiet, the Rhine-Ruhr area. And I don't need to rely on the Deutsche Bahn, our train, our main train company at all. I can rely on local tram companies, right? Die Düsseldorfer Verkehrsgesellschaft. Basically, think of every city as having its own little tram system, right? Or subways, but they're all managed by a local company instead of managed by the national train bullshit Deutsche Bahn. Different systems, right? The major ones are intercity, and the other ones are more local. But because in the Rhine-Ruhr area, every city is clustered so deeply together, all of these city transport trains just interconnect anyway. I can get into a subway here and I'll be in one city over in under 10 minutes. And I don't need to worry about major intercity anythings for that. I fucking love this area. Absolutely. Rhine-Ruhr area, disgusting. Old coal mining, steel industry, disgusting, right? Left, right, white trash everywhere. Proudly, I am part of that. I've always said, I grew up in white trash Germany. I will fucking die in white trash Germany. That's fine. I'm not better than any of that. But it's convenient. It's not pretty, it's convenient. If I want to order food, there are right now, hold up. I'm just going to type in, there we go. There are over 120 restaurants nearby that are delivering to my address. It's convenient. It looks like shit. The unemployment quota is through the roof, but it's convenient. I love this area, dude. I love this area. Population density of yes. Reister, how you doing? Good afternoon. Hello, hello. Oh boy, oh boy, oh boy. So, ducklings. Ducklings. Speaking of like itinerary on vacation, a topic from 30 minutes ago that I'm bringing back right now. We have, hold up. Before we talk about the program for today, I am getting old. We all know this. I'm not getting old. I am already old. And I can tell you because my shoulder hurts like shit because I slept on it weird. So my left shoulder is just in excruciating pain. And it's not going away. Normally, back when I was a young lad, sorry, Black Parade's playing in my head now. I used to have this a lot because we slept like wherever the fuck we fell asleep, right? But it went away 5 minutes after I woke up. And it's been hours now. And it still hurts. Ah! Will be even better in an hour and 10 minutes when it's 4 days off work. Is it by any chance the Easter weekend? That I've forgotten again? Hold up. Indeed it is. I swear to God. I swear to God. Christmas is easy to remember, right? 24th, easy. I can never bloody remember when Easter is. I can never remember this. Easter is just like somewhere in March or April or somewhere. It is the Easter weekend. Okay, I just checked my calendar. And by my calendar, I mean the company's vacation calendar. Woo! Ow! I did a woo and raised my arms and my shoulder still hurts. I just complained about it. I'm old. I forgot that I complained about this already. God damn it. And Batwolf, enjoy your lurk. Thank you for being here. I'm part of the old gang. Remember when we were young? Remember? I remember. Barely. The memory's fading, but I remember. Easter weekend already started. I mean, it'd be Friday, no? Persistent muscle pains, love those. I keep having to consciously remind myself that shoulders are supposed to hang loose and let my muscles stretch instead of maximum clench. Yeah, you're right. Hold up. Oh. I'm obviously not special. I'm not about to start the sentence with, am I the only one that? You know the feeling when you've just been like low-key anxious the entire time and then suddenly you remember to unclench your jaw? You know that feeling? That you've like subconsciously been like holding under pressure for an hour? Yeah, that. Ooh. In Denmark, it starts at Thursdays. What kind of work hell do you guys have? I would say Germany is relatively tame in terms of work hell, right? We have like what, 14, 15, 16 or something, like national holidays a year? 26 to 30 days, like additional paid vacation a year. I mean, Denmark's the same. It's not like Denmark's much worse than that. Freb, we can all just like be happy in the fact that we don't live in the US, right? You say your body's for more than just transporting your head around. Yeah, it's also for like sleeping. Right? And for taking in food and then complaining about taking in food. Laughs in European, exactly. See? We have it pretty good. Easter moves every year. Yeah, that's the problem. That's exactly the problem, Weez. I never know when it is. Hold on. Laughs in French. Why do I have a headache on my shoulder that's almost at my earlobes? Yeah, exactly. All right, everybody. So, what did you say about my mother? She's a wonderful lady. Say hello to her for me. Programming for today. What are we doing today? Today is a bit of... I don't want to say a bit of a chaotic day. I've done my best previously to prevent that it's chaotic today. We've got two things on the agenda today. First and foremost, we're going to be playing some boats. Boats. for about 2-ish hours. Well, the plan was 3, but then we yapped for an hour, so we're going to play some boats. We're just going to explore. Then at 7 p.m. CEST, I love Central European Standard Time, we also have a sponsored segment today. I don't usually do sponsored segments. I've done a whole lot of sponsored streams, but I've very rarely done sponsored segments. But the game only releases into 1.0 at 7 p.m. and we're doing the fabled 2-hour sponsored segment, which I'm really looking forward to, mind you. At 7 p.m. we're going to be looking at the 1.0 release for Temtem Swarm. We've played Temtem Swarm on stream before, non-sponsored. I just wanted to play it, and it is it's a bullet heaven built on the Temtem IP. If you've seen my Temtem playthroughs, we've done 2 playthroughs of it. It's a creature collector. Temtem is a creature collector. The dreaded word Pokemon will fall there a couple of times. But the big standout feature about Temtem was that it's an MMO, and B, fully multiplayerable, and C, always 2v2. So what we've done on stream before, I've covered Temtem itself during its early access. In fact, my account number is like one of the first 10,000. Like, I made my account about like a second after the game launched. I was violently anticipating Temtem's release, and I have like a disgustingly low account number because of it. We've done 2 playthroughs on stream. After early access ended, we did a full playthrough with Hannah in co-op, and we did a full playthrough with Cass in co-op, and both times you motherfuckers made me blindfold the final boss, so I can still not tell you what the final boss is. This will be a running meme. I've taken to that, by the way. I've not looked up what it is yet. I've just stayed blind on it. One of these days we'll do another playthrough of Temtem, and I'll go, so that's what the boss is. Cool. The old man reaction can't take the intense gameplay of Bullet Hells. That's true. I'm old. And you're right. It's basically 10 Vampire Survivors, yeah. People were raging about them forsaking the main game for it. So, I remember that too, Pelin. I remember that too. The thing about Temtem is that Crema is a small studio. I think they're a Spanish studio? Correct me if I'm wrong there. They're a small studio, and they made Temtem as an MMO. In my opinion, Tem should have never been an MMO to begin with, but okay. They made it, and then at one point they went, that's the game. The game's feature complete. We don't want to like add any expansions. This is just the game. Done. And considering that Temtem is very feature complete, the game is very rounded, I never saw it as, okay, now they're giving up on the game and they're making the next one. They just chose a game model that is usually associated with live service and then didn't do live service, right? Like, MMOs are usually live service games where you expect regular-ish content updates. You expect the game to go on forever until server shutdown. Temtem wasn't like this and was never designed to be like this, which is why it shouldn't have been an MMO. So I can understand why people had the idea of like, oh, they're forsaking the main game in order to make the Bullet Hell, or the Bullet Heaven, or whatever the fuck you want to call that genre. I will just call them survivors. But it was never that, right? It was never that. It's a couple of really weird decisions that led them there. But I've utterly adored Temtem as a game. It has some major problems, I'll tell you that. It does have some major problems. Like, the economy, for example, is entirely screwed based on the fact that it's an MMO and people have accrued, like, billions in it. So, if you are a new player and you have nothing, good luck affording anything. But at its core, if you look at it as a single-player game or a co-op game that you play with a friend, the game's fantastic. And I've set this in both of the playthroughs that we've done, right? And I'll happily do another one. Like, if I find another person that has, like, nothing to do for 2 weeks, we're playing through Temtem again. Fuck it. Like, absolutely. Speaking of Vampire Survivors, had for crawlers this month. Ooh, what's crawlers? What is crawlers? I'm not gonna lie to you, the next 2 hours are gonna be fillers until I get to the Temtem segment. So, like, I'm happy doing whatever. Like, I'm happy to just, like... Oh, Vamp Crawlers, the dungeon crawlers from the Vampire Survivors developers. I'm skipping that one. It's also like a deck builder dungeon crawler, right? I've played too many deck builders. I'm done with deck builders. I've said this on stream before. Like, I've got my CCM that I'm playing for deck builder reasons. I also don't really like dungeon crawlers. Like, I love Etrian, don't get me wrong, but like, first-person dungeon crawlers have never really intrigued me. So this being a deck builder and a first-person dungeon crawler are like two categories where I go, Speaking of this month, Olden Era is on the 30th. Olden Era is on the 30th, you're right. There's a lot in April. There's a lot of really heavy hitters in April as well. So Olden Era is at the end of the month. But what is also at the end of the month is the early access for the Expanse game by Owlcat. And oh boy. I'm really excited about that one. Outside of those, and they're all end of month, is there anything else in April that we really should look at? Oh, speaking of things that we should look at in April, I should reset the duck leaderboard. I should have done that. So, hold up. Let me reset the leaderboard. We have leading by over 101 kills, Maddie with 184 kills. Okay, never mind. Fucking hell, Maddie. In damage, we've got leading with almost twice the amount, Maddie again. And leading the healer board is Affid with almost 3 times the healing of the second place. Okay. Damn. Let's go reset for the month. Alright, good hunting, everyone. Good luck. Welcome to April. And yeah, Owlcat game, I'm intensely interested, Palin. I'm obviously, disclaimer, I'm biased. Owlcat has been very, very good to me in the past. They've enabled me to do a lot of things that I otherwise wouldn't be able to do as a normal streamer, because I'm part of their little partner program that is very, very cool and exclusive. I don't know how I got in there. I still have major imposter syndrome about that. So disclaimer, like, Owlcat's one of my, like, darting developers. One of the ones that I really like. But I'm super fucking interested. It will be completely unplayable for another half a year. I mean, in their defense, they've put out some intensely playable things recently, right? For example, the Dark Heresy playtest was, yeah, there was bugs in there because it's a playtest, but Dark Heresy looks really good. Looks way more polished. The Owlcat meme is obviously something that Owlcat itself embraces heavily, right? But well, it's been fine. It's just notorious for broken games at launch where we start to fix them. I don't know whether that's what they're necessarily notorious for, Palin. Obviously, Pathfinder 1 and 2 have given us a lot of breakage, but what I would say is that Owlcat is pretty famous for there being a lot of bugs at launch, right? I'm trying to spin this. I'm noticing as I'm talking about this, I'm trying to spin this. You're not entirely wrong. You're obviously not entirely wrong. There's usually a lot of shit that breaks. However, while certainly buggy with a lot of things that don't work at launch, I have never had the game entirely up and shit itself and be unplayable. I think that's what I'm railing against, the whole like, oh, it's unplayable. Like, it's not, right? Like, Pathfinder had a couple of really notorious bugs and then a bunch of like side quests that never worked. Most famously, my Pathfinder 1 and Pathfinder 2 save file corrupted, so I had to restart. That's bad. It's not unplayable. Rogue Trader was absolutely following the trend of being, you know, breaking left, right, and center, but not unplayable. I see it under a different light. I can see where you're coming from. I can totally see where you're coming from. But to me, my takeaway is always that they have always fixed their shit. They have always fixed their shit. And I think it's not unfair to say like, hey, they release broken shit and then they take forever to fix it. I also think it's not unfair to say they fix it. You can see it from both sides, and I would be remiss to not mention that, but also I would be wrong to like correct you, right? Like, I can totally see why you'd see it that way. Oh, they can see you after release. Yeah. Marinara! Hello, Marinara. Pew, 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 pew. How you doing? Hello. And Loki. Hello, Loki. Save corrupting is literally unplayable if you think about it, though. Well, but I also finished both of those games around the launch window, Freb. So I don't know. I don't know about that. Fix one down, send the new patch. Yeah. 99 bugged interactions on the wall, 99 game-breaking bugs. Fix one down, send the new patch. 173 new bugs to fix on the wall. Correct. Launching Pathfinder would not be easy, especially if you want to be faithful to the Pathfinder system, which is a glorious, fun, hilarious to play mess. And they've taken liberties in Pathfinder 1 and 2, right, Freb? Like, the games have all taken liberties, just like Baldur's Gate 3 has taken major liberties when adapting D&D. But damn if they aren't, like, close to the bloody thing. See why they treat you well since you're as objective as possible there. Well, I always accuse people of, like, sucking company dick, which is something that I intensely dislike, Sinjin, right? So, while I do tell you that, like, I like Owlcat a lot, and they've done a lot for me, which is a bias that you should know about. Like, I have to acknowledge that, like, Palin isn't wrong. Like, their shit is broken. It's absolutely true. I don't know. Like, remember when we were all on the boat of like, hey, CG Projekt Red can't do any wrong, and then like Cyberpunk happened, and everyone was like, what the fuck? And then we learned about like crunch culture and all of that shit. And suddenly like they weren't like the darling anymore. I feel like you always need to be open to the idea that like a developer you really like is going to do something wrong. And when that happens, you shouldn't sit there and defend the multi-million/multi-billion-dollar company. Because they don't, like, they want you to, but they, like, you shouldn't. Right? Developers at the end of the day aren't your friends. At best, they're business associates. At best. So, I don't know. Pedestal machine broke? Yeah. I bought Rogue Trader at launch, still haven't launched it because backlog, perhaps when the last DLC is out. God, I love the DLC they put out for Rogue Trader so far. Oh, there's so much good shit there. I'm highly tempted to do another Rogue Trader campaign, by the way, when the Necron stuff launches. But anyway, like, what I mean to say is, like, I'm trying to defend something that I love while not falling to the same trap that I accuse others of just like dick-sucking companies, right? And I think that's a pretty precarious path to walk because, but also, just do that. I don't know. Back to some Dragon Fable replaying because I happen to want to suffer grind with bad puns on the side these recent weeks. I don't know what that is, Sinjin. Do enlighten me if you find the time, but I hope you enjoy your game. Developers aren't your friends. I'm not your friend because I'm a licensed game dev. That's not what I mean, Luis. But yes, exactly. Everyone gets the innocent till proven guilty treatment at this point. Everyone should get the innocent till proven guilty treatment. Absolutely, Loki. The problem is that some people in fandom specifically see that their like darling got proven guilty and they still fight and go like, no, they're innocent, how dare you? Innocent until proven guilty is a system that I hold very dear as a legal practitioner, obviously. I think it is the only basis upon which we can treat others fairly. However, the flip side is that once you are proven guilty, you are no longer innocent. And like a lot of fanboys forget that. And that's why we should put them all in the mines. Wait, what? We only give enthusiastic handjobs of free games. I mean, I've listen, that's one of my all-time quotes. The Arctic's Entertainment games, aka Adventure Quest adjacent. Sinjin, none of that means anything to me. Hold up, I'm transfixed. What does any of this mean? This all sounds like ancient. Like every word you've used so far sounds like an old DOS box kind of thing. Like I'm expecting you to boot up like Commander Keen or something. But I don't know at all. There's a corollary problem, says Krembo, where once you decide someone is guilty, humans tend to go back over everything that person has ever done and reinterpret things under the lens of evidence of their many crimes, which is still very bad. Oh no, absolutely. Absolutely, Krembo. Absolutely. Like correlation like that is obviously backwards, right? That's not how this works. That's not how this works. But people tend to, you're right, people tend to do that once someone has been proven guilty of something. They tend to go back and then view the entirety of that person under that new light. That's because we try to put everything into like a category, and a person that does crime or person that like does lie or person that does make bad video games and is named Todd Howard, like is a classification. Only that some people seem to be fucking immune to that problem. Definitely showing my age. It's a set of Flash games people pay to upgrade their accounts for. Ah, okay. I see. I always love when I come across stuff like this because I spend so much of my time like within the video game sphere, right? So much of my time is spent like talking about video games and looking at video games and playing video games. Not a lot of it is spent playing video games. A lot of it is spent thinking about video games. But every now and again, you hit like a pocket that someone tells you about that you've never interacted with, and you go like, a whole new world. Wow. MJM, thank you for the streak. Thank you so much. All right, let me actually find boats and let me actually launch boats. Let's go add some boats. Ow, stretching. My shoulder still hurts. I'm sorry. Like my bones hurt. God damn it. When does this whole being old thing stop? Can we go back? It has to stop somewhere, right? Can't just keep going like this. I mean, probably can, that's the problem. Oh, what's all of this? 45, just like cares 8. I'm not 45. Weez, thank you for the streak. I am not 45. Excuse me. I'm well in my 30s. The corporate overlords demand you keep going like this. No. Why? At some point you may forget that you're old. Welcome to one of my primal fears. Should I be blinking you're 50? I know it's a commonly agreed upon thing, right? But when people used to tell me that, oh, all the years pass by so quickly, I always looked at them and went like, what do you mean if time passes by so quickly? Like, no, it doesn't. And then I got into my 30s. And I know it's a pretty commonly accepted thing that especially like the 2020s were like this for a lot of people, no matter how old they are, right? But I swear to fuck, if it happened between 2020 and now, I find it really hard to place events. I find it intensely difficult to place events into their correct years between 2020 and now. It's whether it happened in 2022 or 2024 is almost doesn't make a difference to me. They could all be the same year because it feels like they went like this. And that's crazy. That's absolutely crazy to me, especially because it's a concept that I used to disregard so much. Remember the 18-year-old you saying you will never reach 40? Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Oh yeah, I thought I'd be dead before 40. I mean, in my defense, Hatchney, when I was around 20, I was doing so many fucking drugs, I legitimately could have been dead before 40. Probably should have been. So it wasn't unlikely. But yeah, I remember. It's not an age thing, 2020 has just been very long. Yeah, that's what I mean, right? Like, a lot of people, like, agree on the fact that, especially, like, the 2020s onward have been like this, no matter what their age is. But I remember people bringing up this concept way before we all went into perpetual new age hell. And it must have been exactly like this, right? Like, humble brag! It's not a humble brag. Do drugs responsibly and like within the legal limit. Stay safe out there, okay? And it's something to do with your childhood years being the bits that define you the most, so the brain speeds through the rest. The problem is though, Krembo. Krembo? Krembo's one line above that. Here's the thing, Sinjin. Yeah, probably psychologically, you're very likely may be correct. I don't know. I'm not an expert and not qualified to like really know, but if I like go back through what I remember of my childhood and my teens, like there are some standout moments, absolutely, but there's so much I've forgotten. The legal limit is 0 in prescriptions. I don't know where you're from, but like where we're from, weed is legal. So, nah, like non-prescribed. I don't know where you're from, but like where I'm from, alcohol is also legal. So are cigarettes. All of that is drugs, dude. So the legal limit may or may not be 0 where you live. US, so depends. I'm pretty sure alcohol famously legal in the US. Famously. I promise remembering blatantly stupid stuff, which makes it hard for me to recollect events past 2060. Yeah, that's when it started, huh, MDM? That's when it started. I don't know. Alright, so, boats! When last we left boats, we got here. We are on, what is this, Mount Bloodstone, I think this place was called. And we are supposed to investigate. We're supposed to find an expedition map and you should bring me to Sabo still. Sea vaults with Bloodlock. I still haven't done this at all. We need to. Do we need to take the NPC in there? I don't think we need to. We're not going to. We're just going to go in. We've unlocked a new class, which is really, really exciting. Krembo is now a Desperado. And the main thing that I'm looking for is a signature range, which gives us +1 range on basic attacks with a gun that has been upgraded by a gunsmith. This is really exciting because we managed to upgrade our scout rifle with a gunsmith. So once we have that, 1 more range is huge. Yeah, Crumble. Yeah, exactly. Like, I never understood that, but also, you know, the in-game Crumble is also a Desperado. Was wondering for a moment. No, I just have, like, I just have, cameras in your walls. So, we are live reporting on the real Crumble. Don't worry about it. Before we go into the next area, let's go spend points. Zoe's currently in Rogue. I don't know why. Oh, we're in Rogue because it has like movement and jump bonus and all of the good. We might legitimately stay in Rogue permanently. I don't know. We still haven't really found a class that she's at home in. But that's mostly because we're looking for a class with interesting stat bonus, right? Brawler has +1 movement too. Hold up. We could just main Brawler. That isn't even bad because, like, Pummel is insane once you have enough punch skill, right? We could just main Brawler and then second Avatar. We could also still just main Avatar, but I think what I'm learning more and more is that the Avatar skills don't matter to me because we're using, like, exactly Mantra. Then again, Sweep Kick isn't bad. I don't know. Arguably, we should probably be in Brawler somewhere. Wind Punch. Avatar also has +1 movement. How have I not noticed this at all? How am I only now noticing that all of the classes I've been in that I've always gotten out of, like, have all of this? Silly me. But Rogue does have the highest dodge value. So being in Rogue puts us at 132 dodge pre-combat, meaning we go to, like, 250% dodge in combat. I don't know. We do have stats. We do have 20 points to get one more punch skill. Yay! Or, instead of doing that, we could finish up our jump. We're now at max jump. Congratulations, everyone. We did it. We've reached maximum jump value. You can't go higher than 6. But that's all we need. We can now jump everywhere. Cool. So that's our Zoe. Then Maddie has 10,000 XP. And has now spent all of the XP and doesn't need any of it anymore. In other words, oopsie. We have 42 points to spend. 20 of those are going into Ruin, and now we have no more points that we want to spend. We could get more mana, we could get elemental skills. I'm not going to do that. I think we're waiting for more Ruin. Because at the end of the day, that's all we're doing. There's that step ladder. We need to honestly considerate whether consider whether we're going anywhere else. I want to stay an Elementalist at all times. Do I, or do I just really like Shock? I want to stay an Elementalist at all times. And I do want Twin Bolt at all times. So we have one class and one socket locked. Good morning, Misty. Is there anything else that could be interesting to us? I think I also want this one locked because of Prayer, but honestly, we've gotten by without Prayer these days, so this slot might be fine again. Do we want to mess with other classes? These two slots are definitely locked, and this one feels way too powerful not to take. But Wild Search might be open. I don't think I want to mess with Thaumaturge at all. I don't think this matters to me. But we could have a look at like Mesmer stuff. Lower the mana of enemies in the area and burn them, don't care. Inflict disable upon a casting target, so it's an interrupt, whatever. Interrupt a casting or charging creature and replenish their mana by 5. This does not consume an action in combat, but cannot be reused for 40. Another interrupt, whatever. Interrupts don't matter often enough because you need to magically fall within the time that they cast, and that just doesn't happen. Actually went outside. Oh, Misty. Well done. And also, are you okay? Inflict a target with Empathy. Empathy is a really good debuff, but being single target makes this not interesting. And impede foes in the area with illusions delaying the next turn by 4. That's pretty good. Inflicts fatigue and -1 movement. That's also insane. That's a really good skill. But I don't think we ever want to not cast anything damaging. I think we just want to do damage. Counter enemy magical attacks and spells dealing damage proportional to the attacker's magic. That's cool. Reduce your time to act by 2, but decrease your movement by 1. If Maddie had any sort of movement in her kit somewhere, I'd be interested in this. Because fast is very good. Abilities demoralize foes by 15, have a 25% chance to summon harmless distracting phantoms in unoccupied tiles. This is really cool because it just gives you ablative armor. But we'd have to use mesmer abilities for it. Ends its turn casting a spell or channeling ability, your next turn is accelerated by 5. To get you to that interrupt quicker, we need to run this if we wanted to. When you're hit by a physical attack, you become invisible for 15, then purge and blind surrounding foes for 30. We should just give this to, like, I don't know, Sinjin. This is just really good. But I don't think I like any of this. We could maybe work towards Gate Water. Because Gate Water is also dumb and big AoEs. Balancer, Warden, Unmaker. Hold up, let's get into those classes really quickly. We still have crystals left. So that's what we're doing. Very, very briefly. Because I feel like big dumb AoEs is just the name of the game for Maddie anyway. Big dumb AoEs. That's good enough. And we could do this with like the defensive classes, but I don't want to. There we go. Gatekeeper. We have Gate, which is just a teleport, obviously. But then these giant cast spells. I just want to grab like an initial gate flood. Does this increase range? This adds range. So these are pretty big, as you can tell. A gate to the bright sky creates perpetual light. Cool. Using gate magic, you can interact with objects. We have to slot this in every now and again. Ramsense Moratorium. See, Moratorium might be super interesting, but we'd have to give up on Twin Bolt. And if we give up on Twin Bolt, then we also discard Witch Bolt, which I don't want to do. I don't feel like doing that. What I do feel like doing is grabbing Brain Shock. Let's go grab Brain Shock as our single spell. And then that goes back in, that goes back here. And that's Maddie. Sinjin! God, we got so much XP last stream. We're just drowning in XP now. We're just gonna learn all of this, and then we're moving into Ignis Knight, I believe. I think the best thing for Sinjin to do is also just to get into a class with +1 movement eventually. But I don't know what class that is. Sinjin is the other character that I don't really know where to end up with, rather. I know what to do, I just don't know where to end up. So, real quick reorganization. This is just to cleanse the bars. There we go, bars empty. And then we go into Ignis Knight now to just grab stuff from. And God knows what else. God knows what else. Like, our first class is up for grabs, our second class is up for grabs. Nothing really matters. We can go into Dragon Knight. All I know is that we want to grab Frenzy. That's our one slot. And we want to grab... Well, really we're in Dragon Knight here, right? We want to grab Ignite. That's the one that matters. So those two are locked, but gods, I do not know what we do for our main classes. In essence, we could just play this. We could just play Ignite into Frenzy. We don't really need classes. So, I don't really know what we're doing with it. I don't really know what we're doing with it. Let's go spend stats real quick. We care very deeply about whips, which are not present in here. So all of this is going to be spent on exactly fire. Very inefficiently. And And then we're gonna grab some mana. And then, I don't know, a punch. And nothing else. I'm just going Sailor second class right now just to get rope. Nah, that's awful, right? That has to be awful. I wish we could play Breaker. I wish we could play Breaker. I really wish. But alas. Maybe Tech... No, I don't like Tactician ever. Grave Knight? No. No. We also still have a passive that's super debatable. We still have a passive that we don't really know what to do with. Blade is only blade weapons. Who would have thought? You know what? Let's just go... This is only... That's melee attacks specifically. Let's go take Templar. Templar main, awful stats. But the Horizons could legitimately help us. And then our secondary is, I don't know, Scourge, I guess. Here we are. So weird. So very weird. And I believe that's... No, there's still Glondir, who also finished his class. And I think that has got to be okay. I think with Glondir we have the first character where we finally say, okay, we're done. So, what are we playing for our healer? We're absolutely locking in these two individuals. That is our Covenant, the way that we spread our pre-buffs, and Prayer. I do believe that we will need those. Someone has to restore mana somewhere, and Covenant is just how we stay alive. And then, do we care about the Luminary abilities? Because I really don't think we want another healer, another healing class. There is a world where I kind of want to pick up Medium for Spirit Candles. I really liked Spirit Candles. I thought those were neat. But those are also inherently socketable. And Exorcism is just cool. But we could pick up Warden. Only that I don't like base Warden because this is all like blah to cast. It's like really turn inefficient. We are almost guaranteed to stay Bastion secondary. I do want Aura Heal. I do want Cover. I don't care about anything else in here. Maybe I don't stay Bastion. We have a lot of classes that we want one skill from. That's the big problem. There are a lot of classes that I want one skill from. So what we need to find is the classes that I want more than one skill from. And those are few and far between, if I'm being entirely honest with you. Like, even in Sage, I want Cure. And maybe Heal? Like, those two are really nice. So is Dispel. Actually, so is Growth if you have nothing better to do. Fuck, are we just Sage maining? Basic bitch Sage? Maybe. But we have sort of equivalence here, right? Glimmer is mana and HP restore, which is really nice. Albeit on a delay of 8. Scour is a single target ailment cleanse. And also a Dispel, if we targeted at enemies, and I just wish it was AoE. Solace we never press. Wise is a really good magic buff, alas, I've never went and spent a turn on it. And Refulgence hurts like hell. So one of our two classes is definitely going to be Luminary. But whether that's main or not, I do not know. It does have +1 movement, never mind, Luminaries are main. We're absolutely Luminary maining. We have all of a healing magic and we have movement. So that brings us to our secondary. Do we stick with Bastion just because Cover and Aura Heal? We just stick with it, huh? I think this is legitimately just the build. Okay, let this just be it. And then I'm gonna just rearrange things by how often we actually press them or how relevant they are. This should really be our like main damage ability. We should cast Refulgence a lot more often. And I'm not. Then Piercing Ray. These are our 2 heals. This one is if there's no enemy target around. This one is if there is and we need mana. This one's a bit more precise. Single target dispel mana. And then stuff. I'm okay with that. I'm okay with that. So Glondi is our first character that I declare done. Outside of maybe equipment, we've got everything in here. Luminary as well has pretty bad bones for a class. Obviously we're taking the life skill, but we're sitting at 19 now because we don't know what else to do with it. So really we're taking mana. Because we definitely need it. Don't know about the dagger part of it, but that's it. That's everyone. And to now, we go forth. Welcome to the frontier? Varmint. Varmints are famous for 2 things: alarmingly fast reproduction rates and staggering amounts of parasites living inside them. Though cute enough, from a distance a close inspection of a varmint will reveal all manner of bugs burrowing through their fur. Reversible. An evolutionary offshoot of the Ansible, the Reversible has adapted to rampant varmints in its habitats by developing immunity to the many diseases such creatures carry. They've also adapted their hunting tactics and specialize in attacking prey that is already weakened by the virulent presence of varmints. Oh, great. Ulceressa is a name? Let's see whether we can open like the floodgates on this. Whee! Ha! That sure did a lot. We're backing people off because I don't want to be in like turn 1 range. I don't know whether they have range attacks. They might have charges. But if they do, I don't want to be in them. Don't drop your body to dough. Neffy, I saw your post about it. Like, I'm glad you're okay, but holy shit. Finished a really fun Everseemed run, perma invisible, and I see they've just released a patch that adds individual progression. Did the patch go live? I know they announced it, but I didn't know whether it was live already. We are doing more Eversiege next week. Like, I said it on stream when we were doing the collab. Obviously, that was a sponsored stream, but we're doing, like, non-sponsored Eversiege next week. I really want to see whether they can improve the game. My problem right now with it is literally just the performance. I had a hell of a time with, like, really bad performance on it, and I need that to be improved. Before anything. Where's my multi-shot, Martha? Ah. I forgot about multi-shot. Fuck. So we need to fix Crembo after this. Oh wait, we're stunning this. Reversible. And then we go punch punch. Gods! Holy shit. And then all that's left is enemies you can't reach. Oh! We're itchy! They're not trying. I'm still not over the fact that enemies are just refusing to attack Zoe now. They're just refusing. Hold up, can I just like... I can just do this now, huh? Oh, when they die, they do a little ailment explosion, huh? That's annoying. That's really annoying. Oh, I was gonna say, wait, there's more enemies? It's not dead yet. Now it is. Matu! Good morning, Matu. Did you upgrade your gun? Yeah, absolutely. We got our scout rifle gunsmith upgrade, but we do not have the passive for more damage yet. Or for more range yet, rather. Okay, so that's a lot of dead varmints. Cool. And I have a feeling there will be a lot of dig spots randomly. Oh, I didn't need that. A watering hole? Like, I have no idea how big this area is supposed to be. Like, I know there's a lot of things supposed to be in it. And no one here is on access, huh? No one's on access. Crambo, you've got space in your inventory. You're getting an axe. Any axe will do. Are you an axe? No, you're a hammer. You an axe? No, you're a hammer. You're an axe. Cool. Now we can go up. Naginata crafting kit, excuse me? Siren! Hello, Siren. Good morning. I love boulder puzzles that are brute forceable. There we go. That's done. We need to check more things to be made out of bloodstone. Like, I saw that the armor wasn't particularly what I cared for. It's probably way more mid-game than anything else. Oh, that looks horrid. Absolutely horrid. Maddie, go wash these things. Wash these creatures! Multi-shot reminder, fuck! God damn it. God damn it, why am I stupid? Memory of a fucking goldfish. The Dark 4 go again. Here's a secret, chat. You might not know this. You might not know this about me, but I will tell you openly. I'm not very smart. Like, I'm just not. And I feel like you should know that. Fucking hell. That's a lot. So if we put Zoe over here, right? What are they gonna do? Because it's not attacking us. That's the one thing they're not going to do. Well, they're also not gonna live. You know what? Screw this. Let's just go in. I can't heal a lot of things but stupid. I can heal a lot of things but stupid isn't one of them. Yeah. That's exactly what it is. Multi-shot reminder. Multi-shot. Multi-shot. There we go. We're back. It's like literally our most used ability. And then we can dig these spots, I suppose. I like that. Like, obviously, there's way more hidden spots than just that, right? But Prominence specifically has been really good about marking potential dig spots like that. They're usually relatively-ish obvious. Because I really don't want to dig up the entire bloody map. Because it makes for decent content? Yeah, great. Thanks. So 6 jump is a hell of a stat to have, huh? Oh. Oh? Blockage. Oh, it's literally just shit. Okay. And then Galundia can go punch this. Cave flower. Love cave flower. Zoe, over there. Thank you. God, I hate this cave. There's just garbage everywhere. Oh, and then we can get over here. Ooh, hold up. That was the wrong button. An ectos... 6 jump is a hell of a drug. Oh. Oh, the sneezes. Turns out we never needed to do any of that. We just have 6... Hello. Do we by any chance have access to like a more involved spell for like a more involved time? That's smaller. That is smaller. Well, oh, there, I see the angel fly. Yep. Excuse? Excuse the fuck out of me? What's happening here? This is something that's going to be so difficult, chat. Once we get to like Swarm later, I have to not swear for like the entirety of it. It's going to be so difficult. Content guidelines. It'll be a fight. Don't promise us anything if you can't. God damn it. Clever. Clever. God damn it. Oh yeah, that does it. Sarah's gonna be so mad that you grew all the bunnies. I mean, they're not bunnies, they're varmint, right? What is a varmint, by the way? But a miserable pile of secrets. Yeah, I get it. But still, what is a varmint? I think we have more debuffs than them. It was us all along. It's another word for rodent. Are bunnies rodents? Oh, that's not targetable. We just... Okay. Yes? Oh, okay. I didn't know that. You know what? This is just better. Holy mother of filth! I didn't know this was all conductive. Oh, damn. Well, good on you, Krembo. Good on you. Well done. Very proud. This is gonna live. If you can call that living. Not a rodent, it means wild animal that causes trouble? What, Bunny or Sarah? Because, yeah, true. Magic. Okay, keeps washing them. I mean, listen. They're filthy. What, bunnies eat agriculture for breakfast? I mean, they eat a lot of things for breakfast. That's kind of their thing, no? These wouldn't? Wait, these wouldn't what? These wouldn't be bunnies, they would be jackrabbits. Oh, we're doing fancy American words for things again? What's the difference? Teach me the difference. A delay of 20 is just so unacceptable. I think we're just witch bolting. Witch bolt this, witch bolt that. That's a waste of a witch bolt. There we go, that's better. Fancy in America is an oxymoron. Ah! I don't know about that. I don't know about that. I really want to get into this angel fly. You know what? But we can't... Oh, we can't teleport there. Huh. How does one... I guess we just punch you? Or we miss because we're blind. We could do that too. Angelfly has domino on it. Hold up. Angelfly has domino on it. Angelfly doesn't have domino on it. Never mind. I lied. Oh, that's Sinjin. Oh, wait, that's Sinjin. Wait a second. It's very ogre. It was very ogre. Much bigger and meaner. Okay. Meaner than normal rabbits, which are already pretty mean. Do you know that they bite? Why did that explode? Oh, because of Hitch. Because of Hitch. The biggest difference is sometimes jackrabbits get growths on their heads and spawn the myth of jackalopes. What, they get little like antlers? Ow! What the hell? Stop that. Cut that out. What's left alive? Oh, this 1 HP botfly there. There's something else still alive. This 1 HP Anzabel. Or reversible. Fine. My sister said Rabbitin was well aware it had sharp teeth. Like, who told them that, right? Like, who told them that? Hey, Grubhusk is not necessarily interesting. I don't know what I expected there to be interesting loot in, like, a giant animal cave. Necessarily. Like, obviously, it's a den. Like, why would there be anything here? Except for, you know, bits and pieces of exactly that nature. But I truly did think, maybe, hey, maybe, there could be something here. What is that? Varmint food, a revolting pile of rotting meat and molding plant matter with enormous bones protruding here and there. Apparently varmints gather up excess food like this and use it to feed their colonies. This pile is pretty durable, but also looks to be slicked with various flammable oils and mucus. Mmm. Delicious. A goop gland. Huh? Why are you doing that? Ugh. This entire area is disgusting. Is that a body? Yo, a frontier map! Someone or something has ripped up a perfectly good map. Find the other scraps and combine them to restore the map. So that's what we're here for. We're here to find all of the frontier map pieces. And Mithril. Okay, so we've found what we came for. That means we can leave this disgusting place. Ugh. I swear. The Poridae family contains the hares and the bunnies. Okay. Hares and bunnies are actually two different things. I mean, they look different enough. Fair enough, fair enough. But they're all pretty ornery. That's the only thing I know about them. My sister at one point got bunnies, which then became my mother's problem, obviously. And she had them for like a pretty long while, but at that point I was already moved out and like not involved with our family pets anymore. So I don't know, I never got around to like bunnies as pets. At the point that you can clear the cave, Mithril is pretty much as pointless as iron. There is an angel fly there, right? So Mithril is obviously pretty decent. My lord. It's obviously pretty decent equipment, but it pales in comparison. But it's also a starting point, right? Like, hey, I have Mithril equipment means like, hey, I'm I'm through early game, if you ask me. And I don't think that's necessarily what we're looking for at that point in time, right? There it is. Signature range. So we can hit there. And with signature range. But it's only standard attacks. Only for standard attacks. That's a downside. That's a pretty big downside. Ow. There was a spike there. I want to cast this so bad. Slurp. Pull everyone in. Woo. Zoe. Sinjin. We should be pre-buffing, but I don't think we need to pre-buff for these fights, if I'm being entirely honest with you. There does not seem to be much here in terms of things that can really hurt us. Yes, that hits us for 5 and applies itchy, and that is a lot of enemies. I do feel like at a previous point in time I'd be kind of frightened about this, but right now this is just guys. It's just bodies that are about to hit the floor. We do need to hit these pretty hard because they have multiple lives, as there are multiple little guys on top of one another. But even then, it's like this, huh? If only we still had the AoE on Krembo. The, like, explosive AoE. But we'll have to make do with this. Ignite's entirely unnecessary here. One domino kills that. Entirely unnecessary overkill. That's never hitting Zoe. They're clearly a WoW reference. Yeah, they're stacking. They should be a WoW reference. I think they're more likely like a Diablo 2 reference, or not a reference at all. But I like them a lot. We poke this one. Maddie has finally killed something in melee. Congratulations. There's a billion points of damage. There's a gunshot. Do you know what Sinjin needs? Sinjin needs a movement tech. Maybe Sinjin is a Warblade. You can tell I'm still resisting Warblade. I'm still resisting it. But maybe I shouldn't. Maybe I shouldn't. Ow. Isn't their fault they're like level 15 Pokemon, an area you missed and now back with level 40? Yeah, that's true. That is pretty accurate to what's happening. Jumis, I am happy that we got here, largely because of the Desperado class. But I do feel like for the vast majority of what's left of the game, we're going to be relatively chill in terms of what the game is going to require of us, performance-wise. The Phoenix Queen. I'm still intensely interested in the Phoenix Queen fight. That is something that I feel like can still be very scary. I don't really know how we're solving that one yet. Especially because it's so much coming at us, right? That's really the main problem with it. There's so much coming at us before we get a turn. And then once we do get a turn, is there a point in being up here? No? Apparently not. And then we've been down here, that's the watering hole we've seen. Okay, so we've got that on lock. So now... we can just walk around, right? Like, we don't need to hack the trees apart, we don't. Hello there, bandits! So many bandits! Fun! Once we know what's over here, we're gonna... Golem. Highly advanced machines with massive resistance to most attacks. Golems are truly an intimidating sight on the battlefield. The secrets of their construction have been lost and rediscovered time and again throughout the ages. The number one rule for engaging a golem is... don't. The number two rule is to keep your distance. Oh, we're gonna make that a Maddie problem in a minute, but before that we're gonna jump those bandits. Hee hee hee. Hee hee hee. Look at him. Yo, wet bandits though? I wish we had the range on Maddie already. I wish we could level range already. This would be so nice to ambush cast. I'm gonna be greedy about it. Ah, damn it! Say your prayers! Yeah. I got too greedy. I wanted to get this guy in the cast as well, but no. Fine. Fine. I accept. Random one for number 2? Wait, what do you mean? Oh no, Cremble! Oh no. I do think that's a dead Desperado. Oh, get pummeled. Dangerous rope. They aren't the wet bandits, you don't have any faucets to leave on for them. But, I'm home all alone. Ooh, wait! I might have underestimated these guys. That's a magma gate coming my way. Ooh, that's not nothing. That is not nothing. You're the magma gate caster, right? You are. So that's 56 health. And I don't entirely know how we're interrupting that. We can obviously punch them, which is exactly what we're going to be doing, but it's not going to go all that well for us. I don't know whether St. John is getting a turn. Ah, we are getting a turn. But we are also getting Withered, which immediately applies Disable. So we're getting that turn and we're not going to do anything in it. That's fantastic. We're dodging the magma gate at least. At least there's that. Okay, just 6 raw damage, that's fine. As long as all we're doing is taking, like, damage, we're okay. It's bonus effects and stunts and disables and all of the scary stuff that's really, really frightening. That. Shit like this. 32 scatter, wow! A shroud cast? Yeah, they're really taking me apart. Frightening. I want to kill this guy. That gets transfer up and going. This is gonna hit Sinjin no matter what. So we won't be able to... Well, it's only blind at that point, right? That means we're rolling 50-50s. As long as we dispel the disable. But that means we're not getting to heal. Crap, I think that has to be okay. Does that have to be okay? Maybe it's not. Maybe... it's this. That didn't do anything because it doesn't blind, it only applies glow. I think we're gonna hide back here for a bit. Unfortunately, Zoe might not live this because we do have back open and there we go. Yep. The fucking sleep darts. So the first part of the area is like a huge nothing burger, and then this is hyper lethal. Understood. Oh, that guy died. And Maddie's getting a turn. Hold up. Hold up. Anything within kill range? Oh, there's multiple things in kill range. That's definitely dead. That's also dead. We can kill 2 here. If we want to commit that deep. We're on 1 health. We should definitely do that. Never mind, they lived on 1. That was the wrong button. That was just entirely the wrong button. Damn it. I do love that they're just randomly exploding because of hitch and debuffs. They have smelling salts. Okay, so we can't just do that. Shift stab. I don't think we're living here. And then, ooh, nice blocks. Damn nice blocks. What if we did this? You know what I mean? So on Galonia's next turn, Sinjin comes back with 3 targets. It's really bad that they have all these reses. Beautiful wildfire spread. Not only do we not have to suffer that cast, but that wildfire just means that we just have another debuff go. No, now that wildfire's on us. Never mind. There's Sinjin, but it's Sinjin's turn. Ugh. Ugh. That's the best we can do. That is the best we have. And now we're out of mana. Just don't get debuffed. Okay. That's fine. And now we're pressing Ignite first. And then we're pressing the funny AoE button. And then the funny AoE button wins. That gate opens on the surface. That is therefore it is a lava gate. No, it's a magma gate now. No. I refuse. A rung. A rung. A bloodstone dagger. A rung. A rung. Who rang? Come on. A rung. Easy enough. And we're up. Oh, please go there. Thank you. Stuff. Just general stuff. A dead fish? I still don't know what that step ladder is for, but it does amuse me. Like, this is such a weird little detail. What are you? An Ectozoon? Do we need more dodge? No, is the answer. Do we want more dodge? Absolutely. Alright, what's in here? A basement is in there. Oh no. So you can reach things on the top shelf? Yeah, exactly. That's how you get places. That's just a Break part. Okay, let's do basement stuff. Mom doesn't like when we stand on the chairs. That's because you keep falling. Hello? Can't reach that. Okay, hello bandit place. Is there anything interesting? Okay. Fine. Fine. We're starting like that, huh? We're opening like that. I expect many fun interactions in this dungeon then. And I'm immediately going to dig this up. Side area? Side area indeed, but not like that. Can't quite jump that high, or that far, and grappling lasso doesn't quite get there. Who has it that had the ice shots? Well, we have this on Krembo, I suppose, but... And then, is that enough for the lasso? Oh, that's enough for a normal jump just to do it, okay. Jump value. Galundier, if we can get you over here to punch this real quick, thank you. A bloodstone and some steel. I wouldn't be falling if gravity wasn't such a bully, it lets birds fly. Which is unreasonable of it, isn't it? It's very unreasonable of it. So, I've learned my lesson. Those bandits actually really hurt. So now, we're overkilling this. There we go. Refresh mana. And now we need to be relatively quick about this before everything goes to hell. This is good enough. We still have a bit of our buffs left. I don't know how much. I don't like that you can't check buffs in this window. It's kind of awkward. That's a lot of guys. And they're pretty well equipped, all things considered. That's like, what, coral weapons all around? Mithril? Ooh, that's not a low tier fight at all. It's a lot of water down there to explode. That is not a low tier fight at all. Well, that's not gravity. That's all known laws of aviation, which technically it technically contains gravity somewhere in it, right? And holy shit, that's a lot. Huh? But they are so nice and bunched up. Ah, and then one of them unbunched. How boring. We've got 15 TU until things go awry, and Maddie in a position where we can't do fun things to them. That's just cruel and very unusual. Which means Maddie gets to... Bandit Lord! 100 HP! Well, this is about to be... Bandit Lord! 56 HP! Okay. Do I immediately want to punch into this just as like a screw you kind of deal? Yes, but we're going to do it if we had Pummel right now. Have all the debuffs, friend. And then here's what I want to try. Never mind. Never fucking mind. I just wanted to hit this guy to spread all the debuffs, but apparently no fun allowed at all. We just like hit this guy, right? Cool Bandit Lord. Well done over there, buddy. Well done over there. That's a lot of healing. Like, a ton of healing. But they can't get behind Zoe outside of range attacks. So good luck. Condensate. Adorable. 3 damage. There is a lot of water here. So I have to be a bit careful with Krembo to not, like, activate into the water pile. Quake is also a skill. Who owned the cutest pet before I turned up? It was still me, even if I wasn't here. Have you posted proof of having the cutest pet yet, Rai? I don't know. I think claims like this, extraordinary claims require extraordinary proof, right? And that is quite the extraordinary claim. Please provide cat pictures in Discord, thank you. I've actually seen Rai's cat. It's a cute cat. Very true. If we move Maddie over here and we just go do the Maddie special, then yeah, there we go. Hitch and another kill. Excuse me? Please stop that. That's rude. Wait, that's exceedingly rude. We do have the Zoe problem of, like, not really being able to do damage, right? Like, we can hit a guy, but that's also it. And then that's a non-problem for Sinjin. As you can see, 1 turn, 3 kills. Very easy. We have health, we don't have health, but we can fix that by killing this guy. Very cool. Cuter than Haley? I don't know, Haley's pretty good. I'll post again, thank you. Remember to sketch a weird but preferably hybrid creature as a creature of carriage pulling burden. I need to do some world building on that front. Then I'll post it in Discord instead. Ooh, please do. I always like when people post, like, weird creature designs, because I find that really inspiring. Especially when I'm currently making, like, new tabletop RPG stuff. I don't make art, obviously. I'm not an artist. I have no talent for art whatsoever. But stat blocks and their concepts for fights and stuff, right? And seeing people's weird creations always helps with that a lot. Please stop bolding me. The domino has dropped off. The domino has dropped off, but you know what? That'll do. 2 cat pics in general. Hold up. Hold up. Let me get, like, that's pretty cute. That's pretty cute. That's pretty high up there, Rai. That's a good contender. That's a very good contender. There's the activate trigger. Rock coral. It's not a lobster, so I don't care. I mean, it's more coral equipment that we don't necessarily care about. I feel like this equipment isn't necessarily on par with the difficulty of this fight. A kingly fur is interesting. It's all mithril. A corporist. I need to stop picking all of this up. This doesn't matter. Yeah, this really isn't much. A fangbow is an interesting take. Especially if you're still augmenting. Yeah, who'd have thought? A secret passage in my video game. Hello there, Vitriolic Floss Tablet. Hello there, Frontier Map Scrap. So what did that lever do? It didn't open this. Might have opened the chest, I don't know. What did that lever do? Is there anything here? Still the wrong button. No. Was there anything locked in here? There wasn't, right? Still think Haley's cuter. I mean, Haley's pretty good. It's true. Want me to speak to an apiarist, as the truth is always in the eyes of the beholder? True. They do hold all the world's knowledge and authority over this topic. You're absolutely right. I don't know what power bees have bestowed upon them, but it is truth. Magnus! Hello, Magnus. How are you today? Hello, hello. Okay, we can jump over that. That's very interesting. Nothing. I do not know how many map fragments we need, by the way. I have no idea how many are required to put this thing together. Quack to you too, Magnus. Quack to you too. Hold up, let me add ya. I need to turn stream roots off later, but that's for later. Let me get ya. Oh, da, 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 da. Where is the Magnus? There you are. Come here. You're getting wiggly up there. We're doing small ducks again today. There we go. Aha! And a Kensei. Hold up. I'm in the folder already. Good timing, good timing. One Kensei. One tiny, tiny Kensei. No, the other way, the other way, the other way. Ah, there you go. Perfect. Nice. Anyone else? Some bees are incredibly cute. I don't know, insects. I guess I think moths are cute, but like insects have never really fallen into the category of, oh, that's cute. That's never really registered with me. Okay, we found a bloodstone. One more map scrap. Okay. That did not help. In fact, now we're stuck down here. I guess we get to aggress upon this creature. Let us. What better way to start than by Maddie just going, hey, be stunned. It is still immediately getting a turn. So maybe that wasn't it. Those walls are kind of cute. I disagree. I think spiders in general are are nope creatures. Spiders are just nope creatures. They don't fall anywhere on the line of cute, as far as I'm concerned. Oh, that does incredibly no damage. I thought I knew what I was getting up against, considering we fought the Jade versions of these, and yes, they were tanky. But this is a different kind of tanky. Get glowy, idiot. Are they immune to life magic? They might be. Mind you, it's not like they're surviving. Burn. But they are resisting. Heavily resisting arrest. Well. The storm is pretty easy to bully as long as you have ranged attacks and movement debuffs. I mean, it moves 2 tiles, right? So, yeah, absolutely. Barrier. I always forget how we're supposed to take care of barriers. Can I dispel this? It's just like any ruin magic, right? I wonder whether that's the intended way to dispel them or whether that's just a coincidence. You're dead. Why are you dead? You can't just ask people that, I know, but still. Hi there. I see you. Cudgel word. Do I have to? Do I have to fight Squidward's weird robot brother? Spiders are allowed to exist in my apartment as long as they stay on the ceiling and not above me, otherwise it's on site. As long as they stay out of reach and never move within reach. I'm still iffy about it. Still don't like it. If it gets into punching distance, then someone is going to get smushed. Yep. Our bathroom spider is still fine and still alive and will remain alive until such a point where it leaves its little, like, nook that it's carved out for itself. But other than that, say no to spiders. You know what? That's better. It's a much better hit. Mosquitoes and other flies need to die. Oh no, absolutely. A big fan of their work, not a big fan of their existence. The duality of spiders, I suppose. 44 on a Krembo shot. 44. That I like. And let me just punch this. Separate the art from the artist. You could call it that, yeah. You could call it that. A map scrap. Okay. Seriously. How many of those do we need? Oh. Well, that answers that. According to this map, the wilderness around Mount Bloodstone is a maze of rocky pillars, dusty wastes, and verdant brush. A number of trails running through the frontier have been labeled in a code you can't decipher. There's probably someone in Mount Bloodstone who would want this. That was easier than I thought. Objective complete. Never mind. Didn't see those. Now there's 2 of them. Oh no. But there's also water next to them, so I feel like you can just push these into water and you're good. Not like this, obviously, because now they've clustered up, but... And there's a more convenient way to deal with them once they cluster up, but still. You can probably do a funny and, like, knock one of them in at least. And a 1 and a 2 and a 1, 2, 3. Frail malaise. It's just slightly over, huh? Just ever so slightly over. While we're here, let's go spread buffs around. Look at that. Isn't that beautiful? Isn't that just lovely? Guard, ward, region, and negate. Just hand it out for free. And we keep on casting stuns. Hit you. There's the 44 again. And let me just sidestep ever so slightly so we have line of sight. Whips, whips, whips. This doesn't kill, so they're getting a they're not getting a turn. Maddie! There we go. And now this thing has Wildfire, -1 attack, Malaise, Frail, Stun, Hangover, Contagious, Burn, and Suffering. And a partridge in a pear tree. Cool! Hey, brethren, how you doing? Both into a creature feature. Ooh, creature feature is a good name for what we're about to do. That's actually kind. Oh, brethren, I'm stealing that. I'm stealing that. Got a new badge last night. The Artemis launch was awesome. Oh, was that yesterday? Was that yesterday? I assume it went well. I didn't hear any news of major tragedy unfolding. The fuck's the point of this? Maybe that's the wrong ruin spell to use. Huh? $22.35. Okay. Audio well used phrase over here. I love it. I'm taking it. Thank you, brethren. And thank you for the hydrate as well. I'm sure some people think that it's also just a hoax. Yeah, some people are just morons. Fuck them. Live stream is amusing when the camera gets a bit bright due to the sun. Due to the sun. Some kind of meme video somewhere? Really? Okay. Unfamiliar with it. What are we... We learned that we can cast Ruin Magic at these to deactivate them, right? Casting the electricity one might be a bit of a problem, so let's switch to the non-electricity one. That doesn't count. Why does that not count? Okay, let's switch back and then instead let's just go... Let's just go touch them. This does not work. This does not... What the what? Huh? The Glorious Arrow of Vine. I'm not gonna say that I miss Vine because holy, the amount of dumb stuff people got up to in a couple of seconds they were allowed to. But doing it for the Vine is a part of my standard vocabulary for a reason. I am very confused and very, very lost. There is probably... the reason for that is probably that you need to bring the companion here, right? Let's go home, grab the little guy, and then come back. Because I'm pretty sure he's got something to say about it. So we go... No, come here. Krembo stays for a second, and we bring the little guy. Prig! You are the best duckling. Smell that, like rot on the wind. Varmints and their clothes. Probably got a lair around here somewhere. Nope, they're dead. Don't worry about it. Wish we could just jump up the mountain. This music incredibly reminds me of Grandia. Specifically the open fields. Grandia 2, that is. It's the main instrument, like the flute. Well, there. Probably got a golem nearby. Remember, try to keep your distance if you can. They're slow, but they're strong. Might be a long fight. It was not. Yes, the mage is already dead. That simplifies things. Anyway, there's got to be some sort of machine producing these here golems. We're just gonna find it. Find it and smash its power source, that is. Yeah, it's over here. So how do we smash its power source? Oh. You literally just punch it. Well, I'll be. That should do the trick. There may still be some golems wandering about, but this should tip the scales in our favor a bit. Oh, your reward. Here's a magic hat for ya. What do you mean here's a magic hat for ya? Where's the magic hat? You told me there was a magic hat. Where is it? Where is it? Please don't make me find the magic hat. It probably went wherever we just picked up the axe from, but I'm afraid of having to find it in the sea of dumb. Did it auto-equip? No, it didn't. Mostly because there are no such slots. Black hat! Slick hat that draws enemy attention. Wearing this hat makes you feel like a consummate scoundrel. It lends itself well to quick movement, sudden ambushes, and other dastardly deeds. Be warned, those who wear it are often high priority targets for the enemy. That is a magic hat. -1 act time is pretty powerful. I do not think we have the space on anyone to run this at the moment. Real quick check. Zoe, definitely not. Rook's a different beast entirely. Maddie, maybe. St. John, no. Galondia, maybe. Krembo might have the capacity still. We have to check. I think Krembo deserves a fancy hat to begin with, but he might have better stuff already. So, let's go double check. There's a Krembo. Oh yeah, no wait, Krembo's trinkets are... silly me. Krembo's trinkets are forever the reload. I have your map. Saints alive, thanks, I'm more than grateful. Here's some moss malt, you deserve it. And now I can start guiding folks on expeditions again. Explain. An expedition takes you up near the top of Mount Bloodstone. You're liable to face some difficulties on the way, but there's treasure buried up there. Crafting materials, tablets, upgrades, all that good stuff. Okay, tablets. So see this path right here, you're gonna head up there and then... Okay... No music. What the fuck? Are you seeing this, chat? Look at how much garbage there is. There is so much garbage. Temtem! A yeet! These immense beetles channel wind magic! I need a screenshot of this. I need to send this to Cass. Cass needs to be aware of the yeetle. They can call forth powerful wind tunnels, allowing them to shatter their prey against obstacles in their habitat or shove predators away. So there is a danger that we get knocked off. I see the Death Weaver or whatever the fuck they're called. I forgot. I see many a thing. There are 2 golems here too. Bunch of varmints. Let's do the thing. Let's do a little bit of stacking. Let's do a little bit of playing that funky music, white boy. This bug's Wimdy. Yeedle. Exactly, it hacking Wimdy. There we go. Restore that mana. And then check whether the rifle's reloaded. It is. Beautiful. Then switch Maddie's class. Because I forgot. Back to Gatekeeper. And we're gonna grab the rank up on Lightning. That does the most damage. We're gonna grab the rank up on Gate. So... get him. Beautiful. Beautiful, gorgeous, love it. More of that, please. That is just gonna hit us, huh? And now it's gonna swoop at us. But it's gonna do that regardless, so we should probably split. There. That way it can't hit 2 with its death dive. It'll be fine. Buffing a varmint. Ooh, we're being fancy today. I think the hope is that we can deal with most of the enemy creatures before the golems ever get into range and become relevant. There's Death Dive. Death Dive. You can fall, but you can't hear it. Yeah, this is just chilling over there. We will just be running laps around these if we need to. Just 160 Swedish crowns on the scratch ticket I bought last time I shopped. The scratch cost 30. I mean, double the money. Let's go. Congratulations. I never got into anything like that. I never got into, like, the lotteries and all of it, you know? This is really unfortunate. We can cast, like, funky magic, but it doesn't exactly kill. We're just gonna rely on the fact that Maddie might be able to take care of this. Maddie's got this. I believe in Maddie. And then there are all of our debuffs, live and active, especially on the golem. And then I messed that up, that's great. I can't just kill it for free. That means Maddie whiffs the spell, and the spell was never necessary, but it's better. Hello there. Break weapon tablet? Oh, hi there. I can get 2 more and get nothing? Yeah, you can get 2 more to lose all the money. Isn't that appealing? Like I said, to each their own. I never got into it. Stuff. Weirdly enough, the Yeedle has me slightly concerned. I've never encountered one, so I don't know how big their wind spells are. I don't think we're going off the mountain anytime soon. But what if we are? We also need to blow all of this up. All of these rotworms in there are pretty good XP. Pretty good XP. Do I kill this propagate buffs again? Or do we start working on like other things? I want to start working on other things. There. And then we just don't want to be next to a varmint when they explode. That's kind of the main thing. It means the contagious debuffs are sort of just left there, but that's fine. 57. Oh, damn. That's pretty big. Pretty big indeed. Oh. 15. Oh. And it puts the wildfire on us. Wind tunnel. Okay, so that's the push we have to deal with. That's not too bad. Excuse me? Hi there? Hello. The varmint has made its move. If I hit this, we're all getting infected. But also, someone needs to hit it. Note to self, they have a burrow skill. Important to know. Very important to know. We'll just punch this. No, it is the others that are wrong. And then we can hit the Yeetle. Go. Yeetle violence. Oh lord! Oops. Oops. That's not great. That's not great at all. That's in fact, like, a lot of very not good. Let's go disable this Anzabel. And then I believe... Why did I just walk out of... Oh no, I didn't walk out of the heal. I just pressed the wrong button, but that's okay. We could have killed 3 of them. Instead, we killed 1. 1, 2, 3, 4. The varmint has chosen violence. Violence against my enemies. Lunch break over. Good, Lackalon. You stay safe, okay? Stay safe. Day before holiday, we would do the Friday ending time, so we get to go home at 22:30. Hey, that's great, though. Yo, that's fantastic. Oh, these don't even do damage. We're just here. We just have to sit through all of these turns now. It is kind of my fault for blowing up the nest, but you see there's a crafting recipe there. And I hope it's one of the, like, plus weapons. I really should have rolled with the Grove Overhaul, the Grover Haul. That's not a joke I made up, that's literally what the mod is called. But I thought of it too late. And as such, we have a bit of a problem getting access to the cool crafting recipes for the cool, like, weird weapons. But I would really like the cool weird weapons. I mean, that thing's hitched, so we can hit whatever the hell we want, right? Well, not entirely hit whatever we want, but we can kind of hit whatever we want. Hi. Have some suffering. Punch, punch, punch. Okay, the hitch didn't necessarily do much. I guess we just get it with a multi-shot. As long as we can get 3 other targets. We can get 3 other targets. Beauty. Why am I fighting a bunch of purple worm balls now? Because there were 4 rotworm nests there. And I attacked one of them. And then it opened all 4 of them at the same time. And I don't make very good decisions. There are many reasons, but the core issue is I don't make very good decisions. I think that's what it boils down to. Okay, we once again hitch everyone. This thing lived, I just realized. I think I take offense to that. Please stop. Good negate, good negate. Aha! That little worm stole some healing, that's adorable. And then over here we go, no, we don't need to waste mana on this. We can just literally just hit them. Wonderful, 1 left. In the meantime, Zoe gets to punch a giant golem. Cool. This thing's poison immune, right? Yeah, it's definitely poison immune. It's immune to poison and immune to poison, in case you didn't know. That's really cool. Not immune to suffering, burn, and blind. 1, 2, 3, 4. I do like when wordworms spawn. I can talk. My English is impeccable today, I swear. I do like when rotworms spawn that they do aggro on everything. So you have enemies like getting real distracted with them. That helps a lot. Do we have range to like do this? Yes. That immune to poison is certainly immune to poison. It is certainly immune to poison, right? I do value that in something that's immune to poison. After all, being immune to poison is the best part about being immune to poison. Okay, I've overdone this bit now. There's the Cremo damage. We don't have the Sinjin debuffs on, so there's no Frail and no Malaise. Which means we're doing less damage overall. I can cast this out before things get bad. But we have the debuffs on now, so let's put them there. Frail, Malaise, Wildfire. And suddenly, this does way more damage. Behold. punches. Maybe we do need to go into Brawler for Pummel. The immune to poison buff, the immune to poison for Cusco. That's immune to poison, exactly. I'm glad that you got it. A small gem, and it tells me to shovel there, right? Like very explicitly, hey, here's your actual random loot. And we got a shell worm plate. A maze crafting kit. Okay, that's great. No, don't make the joke. Don't make the joke. That's pretty great, because we didn't have that yet. I wonder whether I should shovel the rest of this place, or whether it's really just that one tile. I reckon it's just that one tile, as like a different kind of container. Which is cute. I think that's a cute take. But that's clear. So we did get one of the funny crafting kits. Let's go head back down. There we go. Now, question. Is there a cooldown on expeditions? Come back later for another expedition. Okay, fine. There seem to be a lot of things that are just like weeklies. I'm not a big fan of that concept. But why not? So. Hello, maze crafting kit. Let's use this on a bloodstone, like for the fun of it all. A maze made of brutal bloodstone. Maze. A light maze heavily favored by mages as they channel magic abilities. Having higher magic will increase proficiency with this weapon. Region +5 with basic attacks. So we hit something, we gain 5 mana. We do 50% damage, but we scale with magic damage. Elemental mazes, elemental skills increase damage. Accuracy is magical accuracy minus 20 times 2 skill. 20 plus 2 times skill. Sorry about that. Huh. Weekly in-game, brethren. No, not IRL. Not IRL. This game has a calendar system up here. It's currently win day. And as you travel around, days pass, time passes, you have to feed your crew, etc. And there are multiple deep dungeons we found already that you can do once per week. Hello, Ring Song. Welcome home. Am dead but got home finally. Are you alright? Welcome home. So, I remember mazes the first time we saw this as like, hey, this is mage stuff. And I was like, oh, cool. Once we get a maze crafting kit, we can make that for our mages. But this isn't necessarily interesting. What this is cool for cleric. Like frontline combat-y medics. Someone like Golondia, for example. Golondia would benefit from this quite heavily. Because at the end of the day, this magistrate over here, which I never scanned, don't worry about it. This is like a stun. This is meant for DPS, right? And this doesn't mean anything to us. So we could go and say, hey, give me my trigger. This does 9 damage. I don't care for the damage. Why don't we grab this maze we just made and put that in there. So now if we are hitting someone with it, we regain mana, which is cool. We can do like a little bit of damage, we can get mana back, and it's still a hammer for hammer purposes, because that's the other thing we're using Golondia for. We're using him to like break hammer barricades, right? So there's that. But I was hoping they'd be more beneficial to be equipped for mages. They don't seem to be. They do not seem to be. Oh, some of it's some sort of passive. Not that that matters. Weapons are already so powerful. Alright, I do think that's it for this area, right? Feels like that's it for this area. We've done the dojo. We have upgraded our weapon, really, really beneficial. We've gotten a new class for Krembo. Admittedly, a class that we're mostly in for one of the passives. The rest is a bit whatever. We're gonna learn it though. If we ever get to headshot, it's gonna be great, but 100 time units cooldown is a tough thing to ask. A very tough thing to ask. There we go. Crossbow skill. We've got a lot of experience from messing around in this area. That's wonderful. Renewing reload. Gain 3 mana when you reload. So we would gain 3 mana every turn. I'd much rather have the damage. Oh, this trigger stuff. This can go away. We don't care about this passive anymore, huh? We used to be really heavy on trigger stones and then multi-shot, but now we only have the domino thing in. So this doesn't matter to us. Your damage the further you are, I think that's still fantastic. Is there anything else that we'd want? Weapon accuracy is increased by 1.5 per skill. That's cool. Your range attacks inflict -1 time to act. -1, huh? We also do not have an elite skill on Krembo. We could totally roll with an elite skill. This means every turn we get stronger. Is there anything we'd find interesting on a ranged character? I think Nowhere to Hide would be fun. I wish like Hexshot is probably the one that I prefer the most, but I do wish it calculated its mana cost based on the spell being used instead of the target. So when you hit a guy, you spend 6 mana and apply a random debuff. That's really cool considering our entire team is very, very debuff heavy. However, if you multi-shot, you don't spend 6 per multi-shot, you spend 6 per target. So you're spending 24 per multi-shot, plus the mana cost for multi-shot. Which means that equipping multi-shot, or like using multi-shot, is almost a non-starter when playing with Hexshot. Considering you're gonna run yourself dry very, very quickly. Otherwise, this thing is very, very interesting. We could just get Wind Blast as well. Oh no, Wind Blast is just melee attacks. Never mind, we couldn't. Family decided to move to another apartment, says Ringsong, for a week or so. For a week or so? Wait, what? Had to carry most of everyone's shit, including my lunker of a PC. I made to not exist for a while. Wait, why for a... Oh, you've been moving for over a week, or you moved somewhere for a week and you're about to move back? What? Wait, huh? Please advise, I'm confused. I hope it's just been a move that's lasted a week and you're done now. I hope you're done now. Attacks less damage to allies. We currently don't have friendly fire. Overgrowth doesn't matter. First non-harmful single target ability. Each combat does not consume an action, but max MPs release. We could do this for funky stuff like Apply Toxin. But the best thing we can do is get prep for it, and then prep says this lasts 60% longer, which still isn't a lot, right? And we go back after that. What? Are you fucking with me? It feels like you're fucking with me, Ringsong. I can't tell. I am not. So basically you just moved into the summer mansion. And you're about to move back once all the servants get your affairs in order. Is that what it is? A beauty chunk to explain. It's okay, it's okay. Don't strain yourself. I know you're exhausted. Moving is always a nightmare. So by all means, by all means. You do not have to entertain my stupidity. I mean, you were carrying everything, so it turns out your family does have servants. It's just sadly you. It is just very sadly you. Is it bad that I cannot come up with another passive to run? Bloodstone ammo? Range attacks have a 5% chance to do an extra 50 damage? Ooh, 5% chance. I'm not dealing with things like that. I mean, maybe we just get mana for now and then we keep looking for an elite skill, but out of all of the elite skills we've seen, I don't think we've seen one that's specifically good on range. There have been a couple that I was interested in. But... Eh? Alright, so, ducklings. We're coming up on time. As I said at the start of the stream, today's stream is a bit of a two-parter. We have a sponsored part of the stream coming up for the 1.0 release of Temtem Swarm, which is a game that I've already non-sponsored played before, and I like quite a lot. I'm going to save here. I'm going to save this up here. And I'm going to go on a tiny bit of a break. I need to set up like a lot of things real quick. I need to go set up a lot of things real quick. And I need to switch over a bunch of stuff. So, I'm also getting something new to drink. So everyone, thank you for being here so far. We're going to go check out some Temtem Swarm. Like I said, I already played it before. The game's really fucking fun. And hopefully see you all in a couple of minutes. I'm going to put this back on. Hold up. There we go. And this stream. There we go. This. And see you all in a bit. Alright, ducklings. Here we go. I'm all prepared. Shall we? Shall we go ahead? Let me go switch to normal screen real quick. Turn that down just a little bit. I think I've done everything I need to do. I think I've changed I still need to press like go on the like stream title change and category change and everything, but I believe I've done everything. I had to restart. Oh, that's what I forgot. Haha. I had to restart VTube Studio because I needed to get the game to update, and getting the game to update is annoying if Steam doesn't tell you that there is an update, and the best way to do that is to restart Steam, but that also unfortunately murders VTube Studio, so I had to just do that real quick. Let's get both of these goobers back on here. There we go. There they are. Adorable. Printed out, I need a nap. Wanted to let you know. Absolutely, Siren. Stay safe out there, okay? Stay safe. So I'm going to switch over and let's do this. So, button. Here we are. Wonderful button. And then let's see whether I can get this captured. So, Temtem Swarm has been in early access for a good while now, right? For a good while. I don't actually know when it went into early access for the first time, but we played it day 2. That only lists its 1.0 release, which is now. In fact, 7 minutes ago is the 1.0 release. Temtem Swarm is a Vampire Survivors-esque survival bullet heaven. I've always grappled with the category name for it a little bit, and for games like it. But it is very much in that vein within the Temtem universe, right? At the start of the stream, I already talked a bit about like how much Temtem we've played, the base game, the first game in the universe. And while this one isn't a sequel whatsoever, it's a spin-off. Some of you might know that I really, really like Survivor games. For a very, very long while, I kept up with a lot of the achievements for Vampire Survivors, like a lot. And I've played a lot of games in the genre already, most of them off stream, a bunch of them on stream as well. And Temtem Swarm was super interesting to me back in the time because we play Temtem, right? Like I'm a day one Temtem founder. Really, really like the game despite some of its issues. And I was really excited for this. The first look at it that we did on stream was pretty positive as well. There was a lot to do. The upgrade system was ever so slightly convoluted at the time, but I'm really excited to see what happens with 1.0 now, because apparently there is a lot. November 13th, 2024. Thank you, Whis. Great update. Good. So it's been well over 2 years, right? It's been well over 2 years. As long as it isn't the bad apple of the door. Well, it isn't a bullet hell. Like, bullet hells. Like, that's why people have started calling these games bullet heavens, right? Because you are the thing that makes all the bullets. Whereas in bullet hells, you are the thing that has to dodge all the bullets. Like I said, I've always grappled with the name of the genre or whatever we're actually calling it, simply because weird. Right? Simply because weird. Let me switch this over. That should... There we go. Haha, a capture. There we are. It'll become apparent what we're doing once we're in. Let's go try this real quick because I hope I've done this correctly. I have done this correctly. Hurrah! I know how to use my own bot sometimes. Not a lot of times, if we're being entirely honest. But here's the standard disclaimer. We're doing today as a sponsored segment. Creamer, the developers, have been really kind to sponsor today's stream in order to get word about the 1.0 launch out. Games up on Steam, and I believe for 1.0 there is a 30% discount on it. which is pretty deep, considering the game by itself is already pretty inexpensive, as many of the games in this genre are. Let's be honest, a lot of the success of original Vampire Survivors can be attributed to the fact that it isn't just a content machine, but also that it's very, very cheap and therefore very accessible to a lot of people. So, I finally get to put my hands on 1.0. Finally. As you can see, 1.0. There, it's at the bottom. If you spawn bullets and get bullets spawned on you, is it Bullet Earth? Yes. You're in fact entirely correct. It is between heaven and hell in that case, right? So I'm on an already existing save file. I'm on my own save file. They were really kind to send me like sample save files that we could use for today. I've elected not to use any of those. I'm on my own save file. You can tell I've played a decent amount of it. Every time we do a sponsored game, I have this burning need inside of me to prove that I'm not just playing it for the sponsor, right? With Swarm specifically, I've played an ungodly amount of Inky. And that's the main Tem you're gonna see today too. I'm sure we'll find others, but I'm definitely playing Inky today. That's what we're starting with. This is like my favorite of the bunch. But we have a good start. We have a good amount of starters. We have our Platypad. Actually, do like this thing too. Never been the big fan of Monkey. Ori. Oh. Oh, each Captain Tem comes with a gift of Link Pansons. I haven't looked at it in the version update yet. Ori, I really, really like. Inky is cool. Pegapig, I never really got into, although it's a bit of a mascot for the series. It's a tiny bit of a mascot for the series. Ho-Chick was our starter in our last playthrough, and Kriffle was our starter in the previous playthrough. I like both of these quite a lot. These are the 3 starter Tem. If you're playing Temtem, these are the 3. I never learned the name of Monkey. Smozzy. I don't like it, it's a monkey. Sephiroth is really cool as well, although I never got the hang of its gimmick. It scales its damage with speed. Then Kinu is a support Tem, at least in the main game. Grass Psychic. Ryber. Oh, I got the name right. Cool. I remembered. And Pyko. Pyko is really nifty. I like Pyko. But there's also things to unlock still. So, yeah, I'm on my own file here. There's still something we need to unlock here. Unlock all wind type techniques. Oh. In order to unlock this. So the way that the skill tree works for Tems is you have a system called Kudos, which is their achievement system. Also comes from Tem. Kudos used to be in a really illegible, like you can still see it there. You see this like hex outline? That was the Kudo board. And you'd had to find your way through like this big hex grid in order to find the Kudo you were looking for. Which was nice visually, but really hard to navigate. And so they finally relented and just put them in lists. But basically, a lot of the things that you do in-game like an achievement system does unlocks things. A lot of the times that's just currency that you need for leveling. But for example here, if we ever find the Darkness skill and upgrade it to level 5, we now unlock Darkness plus Advanced Darkness. Evil Darkness, so to speak. This is the evolution of the Darkness skill. So there are some really important Kudos, and some of them also then unlock parts of your skill tree that you then spend Pansons. You can see them in the bottom right. Pansons is money. It's the currency in Temtem. You can spend that in order to upgrade skills. I'm already pretty heavily invested in this Inky, for I like the little bugger quite a lot. Because I'm playing Inky first, let's see what Inky actually does. So, we have our ultimate, which is Electric Storm. This charges up over the course of the game. It's a ranged attack, so it scales with ranged modifiers. It targets random enemies, and it's electric based. 8 bolts of lightning that strike over a large area around Inky, leaving a zone for 2.5 seconds that slows down enemies. So it's a big lightning AoE. Then we've got DC Beam. That's our starter skill that we're going to begin with. It's our main attack. It's a ranged skill, nearest enemy, And lightning damage, powerful lightning that deals damage to the nearest enemy. It explained itself in the text, wonderful. And then Inky's trait, it reduces the cooldown of their ultimate and techniques by 1% for every 4 levels. So should we ever get to level 120, we reach maximum of minus 30% cooldown. So we go rapid fire. Well, rapid fire is a different beast entirely, but we activate our skills more frequently as we go. One other, I actually completely forgot about this because I haven't done that yet. Temtem Swarm is also playable as a co-op game. I think it's up to 3 people in a party you can take this with. I wanted to get Misty at one point. I wanted to ask Misty about this to see whether we can set up co-op, but then I completely forgot about that. But you can totally play this in co-op. And from what I hear from other people is it scales quite nicely too. Let's go pick Inky. Inky is a bit of a weird choice anyway, because Inky doesn't evolve. If you look at Ryber, Ryber can evolve after 10 levels. You don't have to, but you can. And then after another 20, you have another evolution. Inky doesn't have evolutions. So Inky doesn't gain a lot of stats over time. Instead, we're just going to stay a funky little guy the entire time. And also see this button down there, variations. I don't have any variations unlocked. They weren't a thing before when last I played, so I don't have them. Areas. Chipanko, Denise, these are the areas that you'll also find in Temtem proper. Arbory, Tukma, the Psy Park, Omninesia, Kisiwa, and, well, Panson itself is a different beast. And then the ever-shifting tower, which we don't have unlocked. Rinoa, hello Rinoa. You are the best duckling. We're going to start at the beginning. We're going to start in Chipanku. Technically, I'm probably going to be running Kisiwa. These are not in order, by the way. Omninesia is the second area. Here it isn't. And Denise is the first area. Here it's Chipanku. But we're going to start here. And you can see we have Swarm, and then we have Hacking Level, that's for later. 20 minutes of mayhem and surviving enemy wave after enemy wave. If you've played another Survivor-like game, then this will be inherently familiar to you. You'll get the grip of how this game plays relatively quickly, but there are a lot of quirks around it that make this feel a bit different. So, there's our Inky, and we're immediately accosted by a lot of enemies. At the top, you can see not only our experience bar, but also our skills and passives. On the left side, these are our passives. We can have up to 6 of them. You started with less than 6 at the beginning, but our skill tree is pretty advanced here. And on the right side, you have our actives. These are called techniques. That's our actives. And then gear is our passives. So, we are an electric and crystal Tem, which means we inherently get access to crystal and electric techniques. We don't get the others. So depending on what Tem you pick, you get very specific abilities. It's basically like a creature in a creature collector, only having a specific learn set. So we have Crystal Quartz Shield. While active, protects the Temtem from a hit of damage and increases its armor by 50 for a few seconds. We also have increase armor by 5 as a Fortify band. And Thermal Paste, which reduces the cooldown of techniques by 5%. Thermal Paste is going to help us quite a lot. You can see, it's a bit in the background, but you can see if I hover over this, there's nothing here, right? But if I hover over Thermal Paste, you can see this green arrow. I wish this was slightly more visible. That means this skill benefits from this. So no second guessing on whether a skill benefits from multi-hit or not. You can flat out see it here. I don't think I want to pick up Quartz Shield, and I don't think I want to pick up Thermal Paste this early. I'm going to block Fortify Band, because I don't think I ever want to find Fortify Band. And then I'm going to reroll. We have Key Field, an area that extends around the Temtem and deals constant damage. This is a neutral technique. I think all Tems get access to neutral. Oozing Scent decreases the enemy speed by 10%. Or 2. Decreases enemy speed to minus 10%. Weird syntax, but it slows them down by 10. And then we have Dash Blow, increases dash damage by 40%. A dash is your dodge button. which can also be used aggressively. I don't think I want any of this either, so once again we're blocking Oozing Scent and rerolling one more time. I am looking for an electric technique I can fire immediately. Increase the absorption area of pickups by 50%, this I quite like. Increase the Temtem speed by 5%, this I also quite like. And then Roar that damages and slows down enemies, also interesting, but something electric please. We're not getting there. Wonder Cream, this is our first epic. We're gonna burn all our rerolls here, all of them. Increase your speed by 20% and reduces the cooldown of your techniques by 35% while a spot timer is active. Spot timers we'll get to in a second. That's one of the big standout features, because you've got events happening around the map that we're going to try to get to, and then those timers, those event timers, are what triggers this. Speed, critical probability isn't bad either. Rotten Zone I don't much care for. And we got into the first one that's too good to pass up, because this is Holster, increases the amount of projectiles by 1. So we didn't get an electric technique like I wanted, but now we have multi-shot. Would you look at that? Thunder Strike. Powerful lightning that strikes randomly. Which also benefits from the extra projectile and gives us a bit more firepower. Holster upgrade again. So, if you've played other survivor-likes, you might be familiar with the idea that multi-shot is broken. Very, very broken. Because why have 1 bullet if you can have 2 bullets? It's also a very good stat in Swarm. However, it is tempered by something. And that is that every ability, I hope this is still the case, otherwise I'm misinforming you right now, every ability has not just a cooldown attached to it, but used to have, and I hope still has, a... what's it called? What was it called? Like an internal cooldown. It had a name. I forgot about it. We'll probably re-encounter the mechanic, which means, let's say you have DC beam, but you have 3 multi-shot. You don't just fire 3 beams anymore. You fire beam 1, beam 2, beam 3. Like 3 bullets in a chamber. You go 1, 2, 3. And there's a delay between all of those. And that's a stat that you were able to manipulate as well. So we still want all of this. You can see they're all happening one after one another instead of all at the same time, right? That's what I mean. And only after the entire ability is fired does it then deal with its cooldown again, right? So we're trying to cycle all of that. Here's Sonar. Increase attack area to 5%. The 2 is a bit... The 2 should probably be changed to buy in all instances. But there's an important mark here. You see this? This is the Thunder attack we picked up earlier. That means that this is the upgrade component for it. You upgrade skills by obviously getting a higher level of the skill, but also once you reach a certain skill, if you have the corresponding gear for it, you can then evolve the skill. So we're absolutely picking up Sonar because we will need it in the final build in order to upgrade our Lightning Strike. And for now, we are just roaming around. Bonus movement. That's cute. We're waiting for the first spot to pop up. Oh, some Pansons. We will probably need an exorbitant amount of Pansons, considering that there is a lot of skills left to grab on Temtem, and I am not all that rich at the moment. We see Wonder Cream again. We also see Expanding Force, release an energy wave around the Tem that knocks back enemies. Tesla Prison, area attack that slows down the enemy. So Tesla Prison is interesting because I don't think it deals damage. It is a lightning attack, so we're going to be picking it up. But I don't think it actively damages enemies. But it does benefit from multi-shot, so you can see them going off everywhere. Nope, that does do damage. Alright, never mind. That does do damage. Wonderful pickup then. I don't know how much though. Still waiting for the first spot to pop up. There it is. 1 minute 30 is our first mark. We have an extra revive. We have 5% movement speed. Or we have Expanding Force again. I think we're going to block out the revive. I don't really want to see that. And we get Turbo Boost. Again, they really want us to have the movement speed. And realistically, we do want to pick this up. Maddie. Boats! Not boats. No! We're looking at the 1.0 of Temtem Swarm today. Hello, Maddie. Good morning. Glassblade. Sharp glassblade that strikes horizontally. There's a crystal technique we might pick up. Kusanagi. Increase the damage dealt to bosses and mini-bosses by 40%. That's a lot. And Spyglass. Increase the damage dealt by techniques to enemies suffering from a status condition. I don't know whether the slow we apply counts as a status condition. It might. But let's go pick up the Kusanagi. For eventual boss fights. And then we're going to make our way over to the spot that popped up. This is why movement speed isn't a waste. At that end, it makes dodging a lot easier. You can also see our ultimate is charged. And I took my first bit of damage. Boo. And wonderful, we found a magnet. Next up, Plasma Ball. Increase the damage of electric type techniques by 10%. And that is what we need to evolve our starter skill, DC Beam. Experience cubes disappear after 10 seconds, but their value is increased by 30%, is huge. Pan Loop increases Pan Sun's gain by 5% and is what we need to upgrade Tesla Prison. And a level up Thunderstrike. We're definitely going to grab Plasma Ball in hopes of finding enough. So, Control Zone. Don't leave the area and defend the spot. This is one of a couple of random events that can happen. This one can get hairy really quickly. Especially if you get it during like a major swarm happening. It resolves relatively quickly. We get an upgrade to DC Beam. We get some Pan Suns. And then we're going to try to get out of here because we're going to be stuck there otherwise. You can see projectiles are already coming in as more and more different enemy varieties spawn. We're going to have to deal with more and more random stuff. We're going to pick up Pan Loop here to round out our evolution materials. And that leaves us with one gear slot left. Break as much stuff as possible. Oh, you saw a health bar there. Every now and again it spawns these... I don't want to say mini bosses. They're not really mini bosses. Think of them as tiny bosses. Tiny, tiny bosses. Elites, maybe. Slightly bigger henchmen. Bullies. And they have pretty good rewards if you knock them down. A Tesla Prison upgrade, which does increase its damage, never mind. But I do want to upgrade DC Beam. That is like... DC Beam is our old reliable. The event is Catch the Rat. Never mind, we caught the rat. We have damage, it turns out. We have a lot of damage for the first area. We don't... Weirdly enough, we don't have all that much AoE. Hello there. A Genki. Oh god, Genki is one of my favorite Tems. You will have seen this creature if you've seen my Temtem playthrough. Both of them. Because I adore Genkis. We ran them in both playthroughs. They always ended up at like level 80 plus. And they were always a mainstay of the party. You can find them in the first area. And they are so good. I mean, what, Ringsong? Sorry, I didn't follow that one. Let's go upgrade Thunderstrike. And we got hit again, never mind. Oh, this guy! Mid-boss! Mid-boss. I miss mid-boss. I miss mid-boss. There's a DC Beam upgrade. Wonderful. We're really looking towards what our next attack is going to be, because that's kind of going to decide what our last slot is. There's the next spot that popped up. There's our dash, by the way. You can see the explosion at the end. You won't see me dash too much. I'm really used to giving up my dash for other bonuses. But we have a bar beneath our health bar. That's our dash bar. Right now, we're just going to use it for travel. This is a nest. Wait, is there an egg? No, this is just a nest we need to destroy. Because we're in the first area, this doesn't have a lot of HP. And it's immediately down. We get Sonar, we get some Pansuns. And the speed swarms are kicking in. Oh no. Those things, I swear. Cherish. We're getting closer. DC Beam has now hit max level. So now we can start finding the evolution for it. And the evolutions are, as is tradition for the genre, Really impactful. Really impactful. We have a good amount of AoE going on now, simply because Tesla Prison. If we upgrade that, that should keep us safe. The movement speed reductor is also relatively important. There it is. So now, DC Beam turns from a lightning that strikes the nearest target to a lightning that strikes up to 5 nearby enemies in a chain, dealing less damage per enemy struck. Welcome back, Chain Lightning. Behold. Devastation. We are now relatively safe from hordes for a pretty good while. Upgraded DC Beam is love. And there's our first boss. This is our mid boss. Okay, we're a bit strong for area 1. We're a bit strong for area 1. This area is not made for an upgraded Temtem. This area is made for a Temtem with basically no skills. A Kusanagi, a Plasma Ball, and some Pensons. Nevertheless, it will serve pretty well as an intro to what we're doing. And then we're going to be going into harder stages afterwards. Dash Kit, +1 dash. This is legendary, and I couldn't tell you why. Dashes are pretty good to get out of things, but we're gonna instead pick up Crystal Spikes. Unfortunately, because this is not a lightning technique, it won't scale with our lightning damage, and it doesn't scale with multi-shot because it's not a shot attack. It's a random spawning AoE like that. Tesla Prison is too, so don't ask the logic there. But we have so many slots open that I think we need to branch into non-electric skills anyway. And we are dual typing, so it makes sense. The cherries on the left, we can't pick them up, we're still full health, or we have full health again, rather. We have Thunderstrike. We're going to prioritize leveling what we have to maximum already, unless we find like a really standout skill that I want. And there's our next spot. Whoop. Spot, 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 spot. We're basically always governed by where the next spot hits. There is a point to exploration because these crates offer really interesting pickups. I personally have always been a big fan of the magnet pickup in every Survivor-like, simply because there's so much experience strewn across the board normally, that there's just much to pick up. Defeat the spawn Temtem before the timer runs out. This is a wonderful time to hit our ultimate. And as you can see, everything perishes. Tesla Prison 2 is good as well, and there's our crate. Even more XP. A lot of the spots in Temtem are very rapid fire. There are some with like longer lasting events that have you do a lot of things. There's one where you have to put a statue back together, for example, and you have to go find all the different parts lying around while it's timed. But most of these are pretty rapid fire. One of these days I'll get a no-hit run going as well. One of these days. You can see that our DC beam is already not one-shotting enemies anymore. We're already kind of falling behind the damage curve a little bit. There's another spot. Oh. Elite taken care of. Another nest. We're just going to ult here again. These lightning zones are just too good. Way too good. Mineral Hail. Crystal stalactites rain down and damage multiple enemies. We also have Darkness. We just saw that we have an achievement to level Darkness to level 5, a kudo that we haven't done yet, right? Surrounds the world in darkness for an instant, causing every enemy on the screen to have an 80% chance of being doomed. So, since we haven't ever done that, let's go pick up Darkness. Normally I pick up Mineral Hail. This is a skill I really, really like, but because we still need the kudo for it, let's go pick this up. I'm pretty sure Doom means they are dying in a couple of seconds from Point of Infliction, but I don't really know what Doom does. Darkness, darkness, darkness! So now, because we know we need the kudo for it, we're going to prioritize leveling that. I think our other skills are strong enough to tide us over while we pursue vanity projects like that. If we could ever find another magnet, that would be lovely. Absolutely lovely. a Genki. He has returned. And he brought friends. We are weaving a lot. A lot of things in Swarm move relatively quickly. I find that in a lot of Vampire Survivor style games or Survivor style games, Bullet Heavens, what have you. There's usually a lot of sluggish movement, a lot of very slow moving targets, but there's a lot of them from every direction. Swarm also has a lot of targets, but a lot of them move at quite the rapid pace. I think we're going to pick up, or we're going to upgrade Plasma Ball here. This hits 3 of our abilities, and we do need more damage right now. We could upgrade Crystal Spikes, but I'd much rather get damage out of our already evolved ability. Realistically speaking, what I really want is upgrade to our Thunder Strike, so that we can evolve that. The next spot has hit. Move towards it. There's Darkness triggering. So Darkness is a big screen-wide effect that happens, what, once per minute, maybe? It doesn't happen all that often. And it's supposed to be a screen clear kind of deal. Oh, it's catch the rat again. But this time the rat's actually getting away. Okay, the rat didn't get away. But it did try. Oh lord. Oh boy. Ah. Hold up. That's a lot of creatures. There we go. A lot of them are also maneuvering. This is something that I noticed really early on as well. Not all of them are always just running at you. A lot of them are, like, you see how these Genkis are, like, left, right, going around. Like, there's a lot of different styled movement, which I personally really like. Good cooldown reset tablet there. Got us enough strikes in. Give me that. Ah, no, we don't need healing. We have an abundance of healing on the board. There's like 3 healing fruits lying about. We cannot use at the moment. Steak too juicy kind of situation. Afid. Good morning, Afid. Hello, hello. And behold, Thunderstrike upgrade. Powerful lightning that strikes at random. Now we have the good lightning strikes. Wonderful. And there's our second boss. And there goes our second boss. Beautiful. Like I said, first area is not made for upgraded Temtems. First area, very much the first area. You missed much? Oh, we did some boats early, and now we're looking at the 1.0 for Swarm. There is a spot that's pretty far away to the top left that I've missed until now. Oops. We're prioritizing darkness, and we're halfway through the run as well. So a standard run is 20 minutes. Halfway through. Pretty well on our way to get a couple of other kudos in. At least the darkness one. There is the magnet I was pining for. Gimme, gimme, gimme. Oh, and there comes all the XP. Oh, I love magnet upgrades. So there's darkness at max, and there's a Tesla prison upgrade as well. Thank you all the accumulated experience I've left behind. Stay in the air to activate the event. Gotta go fast. Okay. Gotta go first. Ah! Gate. No, gate. Okay, I should have dodged through that. Wait, we did it. Never mind, that was it. I dropped the reward. Whew. And then, wait, hello there? Ooh, that's a lot of XP. That is a lot of XP. Tesla prison to 4, so 1 away from Evo. And the next event is already up. Most of the morning with your grandmother. You're tired? That would take a lot of social energy out, yeah. I've been talking to my grandma a lot recently. Over the last couple of days. And my god, she can talk. She can talk, I can tell you that for a fact. Summoning Circle. Wonderful time again to hit ult. There we go. And can we find it? We did not find it. However, we got another upgrade to Crystal Spikes. And can we find it? We did not find it. We got another upgrade to Crystal Spikes. I see a common theme emerge. I see a common theme emerge. The next part is already up. So now the spots are hitting relatively frequently. Everything's poisoned now. Pants and Feast. We have 20 seconds to get as many of these as possible, and everyone drops money. I can tell you for a fact, early game, if you are starting out and you need to, like, level and skill all of your Tem, this is your favorite event. This is your favorite event simply because it prints money. And that's mostly what you're going to be stuck on when trying to level your new creatures, right? There is a good amount of starting money now, so you can get like a couple of rudimentary skills, which is a really cool idea. But, man, do you need Pansons. You feel I've played this before? No, you're absolutely right. You're absolutely right. I've played Temtem Swarm when it came out, and over the course of early access, we've done a handful of streams on it, actually. And it released into 1.0 42 minutes ago. That is why we're playing it again today. We've done the... I've said this before, like I said, I have this burning need to justify that I'm not just playing something for the sponsor. But we've played the previous versions simply because I wanted to. And today we are sponsored to look at 1.0, which is really, really nice. As always, as with every thing we do on channel, be aware of like random streamer bias, right? They're giving me things, therefore I have opinion. I hope that over the years I've established enough that my opinion is pretty... I'm not going to say unpurchasable. If you give me a lot of money, I'll say whatever you want, but... that is an unreasonable amount of money, so don't worry about it. There's a level of integrity that I like to have for things that I play. I like to play things that I want to play instead of things that pay out a lot. Otherwise, you'd see a whole lot of things, right? In fact, Temtem Swarm was a game that I obviously first stumbled over because we played a lot of Temtem. I missed that spot. Oh no, the spot just popped up. Never mind. I didn't miss it. It just popped up. I'm not blind. I first stumbled over it because obviously we played an unholy amount of Temtem. And at the time, I was also playing a lot of Survivor-style games. I think the development for Swarm began during the like Survivor craze, right? It then just took a while to get there. There's our Tesla Prison max level, so now we wait for the evolution. We do have the passive for it. It's just a matter of waiting. And we gotta go fast again. Should have left that there. Ah! Nope. Missed the gate, missed the gate. Nope. I've never been good at these. Some minor detours later. That's a lot of crates we left out. Oh, that's big XP. That is very big XP. Tesla Prism Plus. Area attack that slows enemies and deals 1% more damage for every 100 Pansons gained. It scales with money? Ooh. Ooh, it scales with money. Hold up. That's very fun. I didn't know that. Let's go work our way back up to the chests up there. We also do not have the upgrade for Crystal Spike evolution yet. We still have one slot open, and obviously we have one attack slot open as well. Hello? You are Plasma Ball. And you are the Max Crystal Spikes. That was probably not the best thing to pick up, because everything we care about is already at max level. Except for some passives we don't. Completely the reverse of what the doctor said. I'm really selective about these things, Effort. I'm really selective about these things. It comes down to the fact that what's the point of me playing something for like a sponsorship if you all aren't interested in it, right? What would be the point? That's the way that I look at it. I don't think that's particularly outlandish. We're gonna ban that so I don't have to see it again, and then we're just gonna pick a plasma ball. Okay, I was going to make my way up to that spot, and then I forgot. Ooh, Pants and Magnet is also fantastic, considering one of our... There's another treasure chest. Ah! The woolies are flying low tonight, huh? Come here. Thank you. Since we do care about Pansons slightly more deeply than just meta progression for this run right now, this is fantastic. We've got 2600 already. That's 26% more DPS or more damage for our Tesla prison. Beautiful. Sparkling Bullet. Ah, there's my favorite. So, Sparkling Bullet is a skill I really like. Ball of electricity that explodes on impact, dealing area damage. I was hoping to find this early. Every run that I do find this early in is a good run. Now we have it. It's a bit late to make work because there's only 3 more minutes in the run. And we don't have the passive for it either. So we're neither getting the levels nor the passive. But I can just use the base skill for a bit. It does scale with basically everything we have. And that's a good thing. It's also probably the biggest culprit of multi-shot being a bit weird. You can see how much delay there is between the two, right? One of the biggest culprits of players learning that multi-shot is a bit weird that we have. Simply because you'd expect it to like fan out, or maybe them all just shoot in a line, but instead they're all delayed. Ooh, Pants and Feast is a wonderful event. We can hit ult here. To like really make you sort of snooze. Wait, I don't know what that was that I just picked up. I've never seen anything like that. Interesting. With like an effect above my head popping up as well? Oh. Kusanagi's probably the better pickup there. We are about to get into the final boss fight. It's still area 1, so we'll be fine. We won't really need to do that much damage, trust me. But just to optimize. I just like watching stuff the streamer actually enjoys, which is a huge part, right? Loki, which is a huge part. I have always... I keep saying I've always said this. Oh. I always say this. I'm really bad at pretending. Which isn't a good quality to have if you're on a stage, or if you're trying to entertain an audience. Ah, fish! Hold up, fish. I'm really bad at pretending. If I play something that I have to force myself to play, then I won't be fun. I'm going to be frustrated. Like, my nerves are fickle to begin with, right? I'm going to be frustrated the entire time, and that's not making a fun stream for anyone. Not for you, not for me, and it's just going to turn people off. So, I just want to play things I like. I'm a hobbyist at the end of the day. I'm a hobbyist. I play things because they're fun. I stream because it's fun, even though it's a ton of work. I need a certain level of professionalism because I want it, not because it's demanded of me, because this is my livelihood, right? So, in that regard, I play things I want to play. I was asked by a content manager a while ago what my content strategy was, right? Which is a fair question to ask a streamer. Hey, what is the strategy that you play your content around? Like, what is it you do? What is it you aim for? And after thinking about this for a while, my answer was simply, my content strategy is just my current hyperfixation, right? Which, if you're trying to be a successful big streamer off of that, you can be. There are really many good examples of streamers that have made a career off of exactly their current fixation. But it needs an extraordinary amount of luck. And if you have a good plan, you can mitigate that to an extent. So, Most streamers have a good plan. I really don't, because I don't know, at the end of the day, ducks just want to have fun, right? The amount of games I've wished this is all bored because I watched someone having fun is a lot. That's exactly how I feel too, Loki. That's exactly how I feel too. Nessa! This is another Tem that you will have seen in my playthroughs a lot, and you won't see it much here. I adore this creature. It's one of the first quote-unquote rare Tems that is a bit harder to find. Absolutely love it. It's a water lightning Tem, and one of the two passives it can have is that it absorbs lightning damage, but it also gets chain lightning. So you can target the opponent, chain lightning both of them, have it bounce back to you, and then heal yourself off of your own chain lightning. Adore that creature. Absolutely adore that creature. Let's be honest, you stream because you wanted to be a duck and talk to us. Yes. Yes to the second part. The duck part was never part of the plan, believe it or not. I keep meaning to give base Temtem a try. I will utterly and completely tell you you should. However, here are some caveats, Loki. Base Temtem is a whole lot of fun, and it's even a whole lot of fun solo. But if you have the option, grab a friend or a significant other. The entire thing is co-opable from start to finish, and it is a wonderful experience when played in co-op. Seriously, it is. I would also recommend to ignore the fact that it's an MMO. Just don't think about it. Treat it as a single player or co-op playthrough creature collector. If you find that over the course of you go, like it has a whole story from start to finish, like it is a feature complete, quote unquote single player creature collector, right? It's just online. If throughout it you find that it suddenly grips you, then absolutely go like dive a bit deeper, but man, that game is fun. You're my go-to guy for TRPG recommendations and made me rediscover Troubleshooter. You should play Troubleshooter. I know this creature the man says as he slaughters it. To be honest, it was in the way though, Freb. No, like Nessa is one of my favorite Tems. I like Inky quite a lot, although I never find a spot to get Inky into a team. Inky spawns relatively late in the game. Like you don't have early access to it unless you find someone to trade you like a level 1 at the beginning of your playthrough, which you can. And by the time that you get Inky, my team is usually already set. Got a bunch of time sunken into 14 right now, so probably won't dive too deep, at least at the moment. The MMO aspects of it are pretty light to begin with, Loki, right? It does have a dungeon system, but the dungeon is mostly endgame. And the interaction with other people is mostly via market, via training, and via, like, they used to have a competitive scene. I don't know whether that's still going. I have no idea about the current state of it. But your interaction with other players is mostly via that. It's not like other MMOs where like the community interaction is actually quite big, which is, you know. Here are the achievements we gotten. We got a hacking level for Chipanku. We got a skill note for wind techniques. We now have all wind techniques. It just retroactively had to do this. We had already unlocked all of these. Now our first run in 1.0 has an egg. An egg. There has been an egg. I repeat, egg spotted. I repeat, egg spotted. Travel 42,195 meters. I reckon that's a reference to something. I don't know to what. Defeat Gallios. We got a neutral egg. Did you lay this egg? An egg. Would you like an egg in these trying times? Interesting, a neutral egg. What could that be? Marathon distance, is that what a normal marathon is? Is that what a standard marathon is? I know marathon is the distance between two Greek cities. Don't ask me which one. Isn't one of them literally named Marathon? Okay, maybe I don't know anything. Maybe I don't know anything. There's our egg. To capture this Tem, beat the spot at the 3-minute mark on any map. Oh, okay. Oh, easy. So now that you've seen my Inky, I love Inky. He's my friend. Let's go play something that isn't Inky. to show you the difference between different Tems. One Tem that you get to start with is Platypet, which is adorable. But it's also a platypus, and as such, isn't just water typing, it's also poison typing. Did you know that platypi had poison? They have little poisonous spurs. What a weird creature. Let's have a look at our skills. Oh, before we do that, since I unlocked the wind techniques now, I finally get to... Oh, do this. The completion percent of my Inky is important to me. Complete the associated Kudo to upgrade. Deal 32,000 damage with question mark in a single match. Okay, I reckon that is a Tem or a technique we don't have. We'll work on that. The platypus are the only mammals that lay eggs? Yes, in fact. Oh, and echidnas? Echidnas too? Interesting. I thought echidnas were red and punched things a lot. It's the distance some Greek had to run to a city to promote the victory of their army. Yeah, that's exactly what I remember. Like the original marathon was run by a messenger that like had to run back to Athens, question mark, in order to notify like leadership of military ongoings. Was it victory? I thought they lost. Well, then they wouldn't be celebrating it, huh? Probably. So, Platypet. What does it do, first and foremost? Our ultimate is Tsunami. Ranged attack hits all enemies. Water. Huge high-speed tsunami that sweeps the floor for several meters, knocking back enemies. We also have Water Blade as our starter, which is a ranged attack that's aimed. You already see different targeting mechanisms, right? We've had random, we've had all, we've had... what's the other one called? Nearest. That one was it. Now we are aimed. And it's a harmful water projectile. Our trait is 2% more damage per level of water and toxin techniques. So we're incentivized to not pick up anything neutral. I forgot how the real world animal was spelled. Just say Knuckles. Can Platypet parry projectiles? No, it's just Platypet, not parry the Platypet, unfortunately. Unfortunately. No hat. No hat. My Platypet's also relatively developed, but there's a couple of things that I don't have yet. Let's go get more rerolls. Let's go get more blocks. And snoozes, I find I've not needed yet. Use Tsunami 50 times in total. I'm notoriously bad at using my ultimate. Complete, unlock all digital type techniques. We don't have all digis yet. And as such, we cannot get in there. Deal 32,000 damage with question mark. There it is again. Play 50 times. Really? Really? I've not done 50 runs? Interesting. Fascinating. And there's some Pansons. Under 50 runs. What a casual. What a casual. Disband furry? I mean, that sums up Digimon pretty well, Effort. I'm not going to lie to you. That does sum it up really well. So, you've seen the first area. We're not gonna... Well, maybe we should go into the second. If we got an egg off of that, maybe we just go off. But I do want to show you something. So now that we've beaten this, there's a hacking level mechanic. Hacking level is difficulty modifiers that you get to enable. And they work pretty much like the system that you might have seen in Hades, where you can take on certain burdens in order to upgrade your level. And also upgrade the rewards. Current limit exceeded, remove some hacks and defeat a final boss at the current level to increase. So it wants you to do this step by step, right? And there's a couple of things on here. Random level up, gear consumption, every 15 levels of random equipped gear is destroyed, which is frightening. Pick up disappearance. Technique consumption, it eats your stuff. You can reduce your maximum amount of gear and weapons. Gear and tax, right? Shield enemies. Enemies explode! And every enemy Tem has a chance of leaving a waste area when defeated. Great! Extra mini bosses? Please, that's just great. More boss attack speed, that's also just great. Like, there's a bunch of customizable difficulty, and obviously one of my favorites, hasty mode. Match timer goes twice as fast, making enemies appear more often. Cluster. A big cluster. That's what that is. And hey, Elzarath, how you doing? Rookie numbers indeed. Rookie numbers indeed. For now, let's just dive into Denny's. One area after another. We're just gonna do like area. That's what we're gonna do. Look at it! Look at how cute this creature is! Now I have to actually aim. Oh no, does it just aim at enemies automatically? Hold up. I might have misunderstood that. We have Fluid Barrier, barrier that spreads and blocks damage in the direction the Temtem is facing. This is a water technique. We have Hydro Turbine, increase the damage of water type techniques, and it's also what we need for a standard. And Toxic Ink, which I also really like, but if I see the passive for one of my skills, I'm picking it up immediately. Oh yeah, it just aims at the nearest enemy. Okay, wonderful. So I don't need to manually aim it. It just finds an enemy. How's Swarm going so far? Really cool. I haven't seen any of the new 1.0 stuff yet. I'm on my own save file and mostly just like showing off what the game does and what the minute-to-minute gameplay's like. But I'm really excited to see like the 1.0 stuff. We just got a new egg that I didn't know existed. Water Cannon, powerful column of water that deals a lot of damage. There's Toxic Ink again. We're definitely picking up Water Cannon because it does this. I love Water Cannon. Platypet is probably my second most played Tem. And then it's Sephiroth. Toxic Waste, a corrosive puddle that poisons enemies. Puddle. So at 3 minutes, there will be an egg timer that we need to deal with. Noxious Bomb. A dense slime ball plunges from the sky to smash the enemy and poison them. And increase the number of enemies projectiles pierce before disappearing by 2. This is also really good. Maybe we take Drill. I don't have all 6 technique slots unlocked on Platypet. We only have 4, right? So we're limited to how many techniques we can bring, which means 2 of our gears don't need to work for evolution. Let's go bring gear. This does work for Water Blade, which is the important part. I think that's the only thing it works for in our final build, but... okay, maybe that was a bad take. Maybe I shouldn't have.
What do you mean it's been a month already? Good evening, Mr. Duck. How game?
Igor. Hello, Igor. Thank you for the 19 months. It has been a month already. Crazy, right? Game going very well. Thank you for asking. And thank you once again. We can take an upgrade for Hydro Turbine here, but we're mostly looking to spread out first. I want to go wide first before we go tall. So that's our first reroll. I believe we're blocking Wonder Cream. We're really looking for either something that works with our poison or with our last technique. We can block the normals out, but there is Holster. So Holster is one of my favorite gears. You saw it earlier. There's Wave. But we do need Holster for our waterfall, so I'm happily picking this up. It's one of my favorites for 2 reasons. Multi-shot. And we need it for Evo. This is one of the reasons why I like Platypet so much, or water Tems in general. Because the waterfall attack that we have naturally scales off of like a really good stat. Maddie cute? That's true. That is true. I've heard that too. You can tell our damage isn't like particularly good. This will be specifically a problem once the 3-minute mark hits. There is a Hydro Turbine. We're now taking this for damage. We now need to go slightly taller, it turns out. Because our baseline isn't covering us anymore. We also have a dash here. I think in the beginning, not every Tem used to have a dash. I'm pretty sure it was only some Tems that had it. And oh, the floor is lava. Ow. Every now and again, you got to take a hit to play ball. Oh, so coach says. Wonderful. We played ball well. The level up for Water Cannon is more interesting here. First of all, it gives it an additional projectile as well. Whereas this would add only projectiles, but it gets us closer to level 5. And level 5, as you've seen in the previous run, is really important just to get power spiking. The more of that we get, the better. Like right now, we're already dancing around enemies instead of confidently walking through them. This is Zun or Takatan. Am I mixing something up? Yeah, this is a Temtem Swarm. What you're thinking about is Ratatan. You're thinking about Ratatan. Which 1.0 is soon as well, right? Also soon. There is a level 2 Water Blade, which we're absolutely taking. Absolutely taking. Waiting for the timer. Where is the 3-minute gonna be? We're going to get that egg. Taking bets on what Tem it is, by the way. For those of you that are familiar with Temtem. Taking bets on what the Tem is. We've now reached a level where we can theoretically pick an evolution up. So Platox is our mid-stage evolution. We could pick this right now, but it's gonna come back. If we don't evolve right now, we're missing out on some stats for a little while, but that's alright. We do see Noctis Bomb, and I do want to pick up Noctis Bomb as our 4th ability here. So now our techniques are maxed out because we do not have the bonus 2 on our... I almost called it a sphere grid. We don't have the bonus 2 on our skill board. Why did I forget the name for a talent tree? On our talent tree. Let's go pick up Holster. We're delaying evolution a little bit. There isn't really a point to delaying it, but here's the 3-minute mark. Onward to the egg. Craving 5? Oh, 10. 5. Honestly, I have been craving 10. Yeah. I've been contemplating playing 10 on stream, but also probably not. So here's our egg. We need to protect the egg. This egg needs to not get hit for a little bit. Let's begin with our ult to just like clear the screen and get a bit of time. Protect the egg. Oh boy. That's our evolution. We have our ultimate back. We're now way less cute, but way more lethal. And basically our hitbox has expanded. Which could be problematic. Our clear right now is not the greatest. Like that puddle skill isn't working out as much as I had hoped it would. However, I just want to get around this mountain. Please let me get around this mountain. Drill max level. I mean, there's wave. You know what? We're going to pick up wave and we're going to drop toxic waste. Yeah, this looks much better. Additional projectiles to hit enemies. This is going to go much, much better. This scales off of multi-shot as well, which the toxic puddle didn't. We'll get there. You know what I should play on stream instead, Els? You know what I should play instead of 10? 10-2. I should make some people mad. I never... Well, I think I get why people are mad about it, but... That is such a fun game in its own right. Don't leave the spot. Okay, we have a tsunami saved in case we need to. But we're just gonna chill otherwise. 99.8% completion. Oh, what is it you are missing? And there's our first boss. 5-minute mark. Protect the egg. Protect the egg from Angry Bird. Egg protected. That one is actually fun. It is such a fun game. I understand that like a lot of the player base thought it was a bit girly when it came out, which yeah, you play a girl band, like oh no, and one of the main mechanics is you put on fun costumes. I get that, but the dress sphere is such a good mechanic. It is so good. It is one of my favorite class systems in like all of Final Fantasy, right? Not my absolute favorite. That is still the job system. I think the job system is unsurpassed in the way that you get to customize your characters. But the dress sphere is so fun. And once you get over like your manliness being hurt a little bit, the game is fantastic. Yes, the biggest gripe that I can actually understand is that it runs a bit roughshod with 10's canon, and the true ending is a bit disrespectful, but it's really good otherwise. It's really good otherwise. I hated X, loved X2. Really, Nyx? What made you dislike X so much? The thing you write at the start that's missable by just one talk to a guy or so, that is brutal. Oh, that is true. That is true. Titus is a bit of a long-running whatever protagonist. But you do have to understand that he is one of the first protagonists. Oh, hiccups. Ooh. One of the first protagonists that doesn't just ellipses all the time. Like, we're coming off of Squall and Leon, right? So writing any dialogue was a challenge. Which means it ended up being a bit wide. God, the hiccups. Oh no. The X3 novel is worse. There is a 3. I did not know that existed, Sinjin. I wasn't aware of that thing's existence. I touched too much Charlie's Angels in it though, but I like that. I did like that quite a lot. Only that the Charlie stand-in, Brother, was played as a joke the entire time, which I thought was an excellent addition to that formula. And we're gonna try to make our way to the right side spot. But remember, we're carrying an egg. We are very literally with child. The hiccups are killing me, great. Egg! Ooh! Ooh! Venks! Oh, okay. I didn't know Venks was neutral. I thought you were psychic. Hiccups. Hold up. So Venks is interesting. I wonder how they implemented this. Because Venks goes into... like you can see it has 2 evolutions. But Venks isn't a 2-stage evolution. This splits into 1 of 2. These are alternates. Not a blade user? That's a good point, Nyx. That's a very good point. Every main character is a blade guy, which is so meh. You know what? You're right. You're right. Oh, you're right. I mean, gun blade does contain the word blade, but you're right. I mean, that's daggers, Aphid. Yeah, absolutely, it counts. Absolutely counts. Oh, I never thought about that. Cecil, no, you're thinking of Kane. Paladin. Anyway, so, what does Venks do? Ultimate. Whip. Physical aimed. Cone-shaped attack that makes enemies drop double the experience defeated by it. Ooh, that's powerful. Scare. Ah! Piercing slash. Sweeping blow that ignores the armor of enemies. Okay. When evolving, the damage of physical, then met, or ranged, then tall techniques is increased by 3% for each level where evolution had been postponed. Ooh. You want to evolve strategically. Ooh, I like that. I like that a lot. We're no longer with child. We can now drive recklessly. Whee! Control zone. Did that work? Nope. So we have a couple of quacks. Zone controlled. Water blade hit maximum. Wonderful. Water Blade Plus. Water Shuriken that divides into 4 cross-shaped smaller projectiles after it hits an enemy. You do not need water breathing. Are you sure about that? Are you sure about that? The next spot has already opened up, so we are on our way. No. Hydro turbine is always nice, but like we really want to push the levels. Our global damage goes up the more we have levels in water and toxic techniques. That's our passive. We're just gonna live with the hiccups now. Forever doomed. Good. Good. Very good. Come on. Get me there. How's I thinking with the hydrate? Hold up. Maybe that'll help. Hopefully it did. Over here. Oh. Crate. Healing. Don't currently need healing. I'd love to find a magnet. Very much in the business for a magnet. Catch the rat for XP. Wonderful. Oh, and the rat died. Mild amounts of damage and hiccups. Noxious bomb. Wonderful. There's our rat XP. We're pretty high up in levels for techniques for being 8 minutes into a 20-minute run. Usually takes like half my water bottle to get rid of hiccups here that are doing meditation breathing. Normally, I kind of try to hold my breath and that does it. That's obviously really detrimental if you're on stream trying to talk. Or I like run around the house for a little bit, like jogging speed. Neither of which are good to do during a sponsored stream. So this is the worst possible time. It's the worst possible time for something as harmless but disruptive as this to happen. So it's like, for me, this is annoying, but it's on the funny end of annoying, if that helps the spectrum at all, you know. There are definitely worse things that can happen to you during like a stream that you're contractually obligated to do. Like, your PC burns down. What do you do now? The fish phrase people recommend. The fish phrase. Oh, water cannon plus. Powerful column of water that does a lot of damage and freezes enemies. Now it's frozen water. The fish phrase. See, now you've got me intrigued. What could the fish phrase be? We'll get there. I'm not a fish. I mean, I am not a fish. That didn't help. What is that supposed to do? What's the belief there? Oh, speaking of fish. Speaking of fish, one perenniant. One less perenniant. Something pukey. There are pookies on this map. Ooh, that was a really good chest. So, wave to 3, bomb to 4, turbine to max. Increase the Temtem blocks by 1. That's what that is. Snooze. You can find these as items. I didn't know that. That's cool. Can we find more rerolls? Please. Best Borrowine. Pookie is Missy's favorite Tem. And honestly, it's very easy to see why. Pookie is such a guy. Pants and Feast. Oh, lovely. Give me money. There's Noxious Bomb to max. Oh. Issue is we do not have the upgrade for Noxious Bomb. We do not have the passive for it. Requires more. More. Ow. We've got really good area damage now, though. Our single target's a bit lackluster, let's say. But since we're still only in Area 2, it's so weird to me that Denise is Area 2. Obviously, as a spin-off, they don't have to follow the logic laid out in, like, in Temtem proper. But it's so weird to me that out of all things, they chose to mess with the region order. I felt like that one was going to be pretty locked in. Not that it has any detrimental, like, bearing on how the game plays or not. The areas are perfectly fine. And I do appreciate the visual distinction of everything. As well as just the distinction between all the Temps that spawn. That was dangerous. For a second. Toxic ink. I do not want to pick up new things. Although Toxic ink I really like. But we're full. Let's go grab wave. And let's go. There it is. Stim pack increases fire rate by 20%. That's the name for it. So every skill has a level of fire rate attached to it. And this is why multi-shot isn't, like, completely broken. Because fire rate governs how quickly those bullets can come out. Multi-shot's still very good. You start streaming just so you can have a pukey face emote? Hell yeah. Hell yeah. It's a cute little guy. There is another crate at the bottom. Which, let me get there. I will forever hold, Misty. I will forever hold that one of the main reasons I started streaming was just so I could have my own emotes. Ah! Ah! Also stood in AoE. Always standing in AoE. Remember the old MMO adage, stand and fire DPS higher. It's still true. Noxious Bomb Plus. Large orbs of toxic slime fall from above, hurting and poisoning all enemies they hit. Plop, 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 plop. And this is why I really like this skill. I just really like the orbital hits. There's a couple of skills that do that. Oh, ball. We're playing ball, we're playing ball. Slightly hard to spot there. Waiting for my final Evo as well. I don't know how close or far away we are from it. Oh. Was that it? That was it. Or did I miss the last ball? No, that was it. You don't have ley lines, which is why I'm not standing in them. Otherwise, I couldn't move. Just waste more opportunities for stuff like this? Wait. That's wonderful, Else. That's wonderful. Ah, there we go. Platimus. There is our final Evo. We might as well take the final Evo here. We're pretty good on everything else. Big, strong platypus. And also, pretty fast platypus. Spelled like that. But that does feel like you had a stroke typing it. Are you okay? So there's just ley line pies? Wait, why pies? Hold up. Are there pies in the ley lines? Is that why all the black mages want to stand in them? Ah! Did ley lines not key limes? No, key lime pies are very different to ley lines. Very different. Very, very different. I should make a key lime pie. I haven't made one ever, I don't think. Yeah, no, I've never made one. But I do have a recipe. Actually, I have multiple recipes. As okay as I usually am. You know what? That's all anyone can ask of you. All anyone can ask of you. It'll be so good. I am gonna make cheesecake tonight. I am gonna make cheesecake. I've got ingredients set aside and I've decided after stream I'm gonna sit down. Well, not really sit down. Is it weird that we... Huh. I never thought about this. How do you feel about this, Thread Chat? Is it weird that you always just stand in kitchens? Why aren't we sitting down preparing food? Why are we always standing? Who decided? Wait, why are we always standing in kitchens? Isn't that silly? Why are kitchen counters not chair height? Beak animal. The German word for platypus is Schnabeltier, which directly translates to beak animal. Hi, Seth, how you doing? I'm naturally occurring 1d4 psychic damage on legs. Yeah, that's the problem. Same. My legs have gone through many fractures over the years, and not just because I dropped a vacuum on them. Old sport injuries. So, like, I like not standing. Standing here, I'm cooking food. Exactly. But who's to stand here? I love that song. It's so silly. It's so silly. As someone who's used a drafting stool in his kitchen, just be careful not to spill stuff on kitchen stools. I mean, we have like bar stools in our kitchen, right? Or they're very reminiscent of bar stools. They're not actual bar stools. Oh, I'm talking in missing spots. Very silly of me. So with this bar stools, but like, why did like there has to be a reason, right? There has to be a reason why somewhere along the way we decided that kitchen counters have to be a certain height, not be chair like normal chair compatible. Can't sport now. That's a lie. No, it's not. How dare you? I used to be very heavily into martial arts. Used to be very heavily into martial arts, Neffy. For many years of my youth. That was the counterpoint to all of the other things I did during my youth that I'm not going to mention here. That was the healthy portion of my youth. Like we did the tournament circuit, for example. It's one of the things that I share. It's one of the things that I share with my wife. Increases critical damage. Let's go take critical damage. We do need to take something. We're getting a boatload of XP. More XP. More XP for our XP. This is very late to take. But I feel like we're pretty rounded already. Of being used for servants. Like, maybe? I find myself frustrated in those cares being personally attacked. Namely, I think your streams are fun. Wait, what? Hold up. Wait, why is Care being personally attacked? Wait, what did I do? Your streams are fun, I enjoy watching them, and I'm glad you choose to make your days better by doing them. Igor, you sweetheart. Thank you so much. I forgot that Igor's definition of personally attacking someone is to, like, praise kink them. Thank you, Igor. You're always way too kind, you know that? You're always way too kind. I move around the kitchen too much to make a chair feasible. I do that. I do tend to move around a lot too, but that's mostly because I forget ingredients. But I feel like if we had made a habit of making kitchens more chair friendly, and instead developed the habit of getting all of our ingredients before we start, you know, maybe we wouldn't have that problem. Ah! The hiccups are still there. It's brutal. Still there. I do find that toxic positivity is a good way for me to express toxicity and probably if arguably healthier. I will say that toxic positivity is something very different than that, right? Like, toxic positivity is literally that toxic. Yours is just very persistent positivity. Which I do appreciate quite a lot, even though many streamers, myself obviously included, live and breathe imposter syndrome. So, at one point we've just decided that as part of our personality we weren't going to accept that we're good enough. Which is an ill that befalls many a person. But never the ones that should feel like that. Never the right ones. I mostly use it for stuff I had to stir for ages, drafting chair that is. Yeah, like, you're standing there forever just like trying to fold batter or something, right? Like, a good portion of cooking is already physically intensive. Like, why stand? If you sit on a chair and the pan fat starts spitting at you, you're just stuck taking AoE damage. Cornstalk, that's the first good argument I've heard. That is the first good argument I've heard. It is harder to dodge the angry pan if you're sitting. Very good point. Now, you could cover your pan. Or, you know, reduce the fat contents enough where you don't cause splash damage to yourself, quite literally. But that would be silly. Let's not do that. We are still looking for the Evo for Wave, right? Ah, brutal. Let's finish Hollow Core. And the boss is about to pop in 30 seconds, so we're unlikely to find the Evo for Wave, which is fine. All we need to do is beat the boss now. Risking for Spray's anxiety. Ah! Actually, fair point. I understand people are like that, I like them. And I feel like we would all be doing better if we normalized that a bit more, right? I have many friends that I, like, openly tell, like, hey, I think you're a cool person. Hey, I think I like you. But... Osiada! But the amount of times that has backfired with people that, like, don't know me on that level yet, where I just go like, hey, like, I just met you. I think you're cool. And that comes off as, like, you trying to hit on them, or they made, like, bad experiences with other people trying to be friendly to them. Like, the amount of times that has backfired is great. Many, many amount of times. So, like, I tend to be slightly more careful about it, unless I've, like, really, known someone for a while. Alright, so, damage breakdown. Waterblade was absolutely the MVP. Look at this. Look at this Waterblade. Woo! Hiccups. It's still going. It's still going the entire run. You need that fat for cooking, pan frying, so you can't reduce the amount. Afid, I would debate you on this. However, in this conversation, you are the cook, and I know less than you. So, you know what? Hiccup. You know what? I'll go with what you say. You know better than me in this case. I have a metal screen I can toss over my pan so I don't end up steaming stuff if I cover it. Yeah, that's a good point. That portrait makes me think of Scrooge McDuck because it looks like the little like nose glasses that he has, right? I know exactly what you mean, Misty. I get the exact same impression. We got our hacking level for Denise. We unlocked Venks. And then we got starting money for Venks as well as some Pansons. But no major achievements done this run. Fully upgrade Hydro Turbine though. Nice. So now we get to look at Venks. Now we get to look at Venks. Whoop. There is still another undiscovered one. Yes. Before we go into the skill tree, really regular reminder real quick. We're doing a sponsored stream of Temtem 1.0 today. Sponsored by Creamer, the developers themselves. Thank you for that. Really appreciate it. Hiccups. It's always nice to like get like recognition for a game that you've played before and that you like are interested to begin with. It feels really reaffirming, right? Like little streamer hat pet. But as such, sponsored stream, so please be aware of that. All of my opinions. I wouldn't say they're all bought and paid for, but always be aware of streamer bias. If you want to check out Temtem Swarm yourself, I have this handy dandy link over here that hopefully works. I set it up before stream and I might have messed it up. I hope I didn't. Ah, hiccups. Brutal. So go check it out. It's on Steam. It just went into 1.0 today, so finished early access fully. And is currently also at a 30% off. Go have a look at it. I really like this game. I really do. So, Venks. What do we have for skills? Congrats on unlocking Venks. Each captured Tem comes with the gift of linked Pansons, so they can only be used for Venks themselves and not for any other Tems. So we've already looked at what it does, but now the skill tree has a bunch of things that are overlapping, like damage nodes, for example, right? But they also usually have some uniqueness to them. As such, the achievements here might be unique as well. Win a match with Vental. Deal 130,000 total damage with Venks. Deal 32,000 damage with Venks in a single match. Okay. So let's go down this route first. We have a lot of money. In fact, I would argue physical damage. I would argue we can probably round out the entire skill tree as much as we want. But I'm not entirely certain about that. Pierce projectiles, cool. So from what I read, Vental or Venmet are the two different evolutions, right? Venmet is very melee-based, or physical-based rather, and then Vental is ranged-based. There are ranged physical techniques, no? We definitely want to grab all the rerolls that we can. We do want to grab the blocks. Then we have maximum HP. HP recovery. Healing items. 1 revive per match. More HP when reviving. The area of techniques. And then 27,000 damage with Venmet's ultimate. Winning with Venmet. And then there is damage of earth type techniques down there. So for this down here, we need to physical evolve. And for this up here, we need to ranged evolve. Vental, and then over here, this is just Venks in general. We need to stay Venks. Up here, we've got bonus experience gained. 30%. Range of pickups. Increase the luck. Increase the money. And reduce cooldown of ultimate. And then ultimately increase the number of gears that can be equipped. Ah, that one's really important, huh? But we do not have access to that yet. We also have damage and range class. Oh no, the damage of range class techniques. Movement speed, that one's really vital. Mental. Wind. Fire rate. Bonus projectile. Yeah, we can really just round out the entire skill tree. There's our dodge unlock. +1 dash, less cooldown, increased damage. I never use it for damage. I should. It can be versatile like that. And bigger area. And the rest we will have to unlock by taking this little bugger into a mission. Let's head for Kisiwa. Oh, let's skip ahead a couple areas. We have a hacking level out on here already. I'm going to disable hasty mode. But I am going to get the extra mini boss in. I really want to. And then let's go the boss attack speed too. Don't want any of that. And then endless mode, we're not doing that today either. Save. Oh, no, just save and then let's go. You can see we get a money multiplier for it. And let's see, we might just perish immediately. A sudden, startling, and terrifying quack? Maybe. Unfortunately, I've disabled the cards for the purpose of... I didn't want to mess with things too much during segment, you know? Okay, so we're on a melee swing at the moment. We can't be too generous with our range. And I don't know what we're going to be leaning into. I do not know what we're going to be leaning into. I think I want to go Vental, so we want to go range. So maybe we don't go Fierce Claw. But Volgon Scale is also just raw damage. Let's block this and then reroll. Okay, the reroll did nothing. That's great. Block this and reroll. Rotten Zone. Cause enemies inside to receive more damage by reducing their armor by 50%. I would like a start. Key Field? Let's go take Key Field. We need to take something. And maybe Garlic is the answer, I don't know. Might be at a rough start here. Rainbow Guard is not a skill I like at all. Darkness doesn't help. I guess we're taking Roar. Oh no. It is Suffering O'Clock, it turns out. It is Suffering O'Clock. Dash Booster gives us access to better Roar. Oh boy, oh boy, oh boy. More Roar, please. I don't even think Roar benefits from multi. Because it's not a projectile per se. Can never have enough garlic. See, I believe that too, and then recently I made my first ever dish with too much garlic in it. I actually managed to do it. It's always funny that it can be called whatever it wants, but people just go, Vampire Survivor calls that garlic. Yeah. Yeah. Like, a persistent aura that does tick damage, that's garlic. That's garlic. I do love archetype defining names like this. I do really do. It shows my basis as a Yu-Gi-Oh player a little bit. Because like one of my favorite archetype defining name of all times is the word Towers. Which defines a monster that is largely unaffected by things your opponent does. Based off of an early Yu-Gi-Oh monster called Apocryphal Towers. That was exactly that hard to remove. Or the word Garnet as well. Same problem, right? Garnet describes a card in your deck that you don't want to draw because it puts like part of your engine offline. Based off of Gem Knight Garnet, a card that you didn't want to draw. And I'm right, Holster does not actually impact this at all. It impacts our base swing, but only our base swing, so I don't think I want to pick it up. I'm going to block Darkness now so I never have to see it again, and I guess we pick up Dash Booster. I'm just not going to be happy about it. It's like, when we have archetypal names like this, Looting is another one. Faithless Looting, Magic the Gathering. There are many, many examples. I could come up with like 100 more if you let me. I just really like them. They're a bit lingo, so like sometimes it can be a bit hard for people that aren't used to them to know what you're talking about. So you have to make sure that you're using them with the right audience, or you're explaining what you're doing in order to not come off as elitist. But it makes communication so much easier once you've established the right group you're talking to, right? Oh, here we go. One statue. We are very slow. This one's not going to go all that well. So we need to grab statue parts. I immediately wasted the dash that was going to make this easier. First part get. 3 more parts. I've got little stubby legs. Give me the parts. And now we need to bring them back. Let's go get Roar. I believe Roar is really going to be like the defining skill of this match. That's rough. I've eaten a spoonful of garlic butter when I was a kid and was unfazed. Oh no, I eat garlic cloves. I like the taste of like garlic, like raw garlic. I don't just like eat them as a snack, but we have something it's not exactly brined because it's not salt water, but it's kind of like brined-ish garlic. Think of maybe like pickled garlic. It's not vinegar either. Soaked? I don't know what you'd call it, and I don't know what the mixture exactly is, but think of it as like pickled garlic. And I could snack on that forever. Oil, it's not oil either. I'd have to get back to you on that. But I love that stuff. Absolutely love that stuff. So what do we have? Our ultimate could have 30% less cooldown, but all of our techniques get 15% more. Our dash does 100% more damage, but does 50% less range. Or we do 100% more damage, but from now on, for every 100 meters we move, we permanently get -1 damage. Mill comes from magic? Yes, from the card Millstone, which is an artifact that you tap and then your opponent mills the top 2 cards from their deck. A 6 costed 6/6 with Trample referred as a Dreadmaw after Colossal Dreadmaw. Yeah, and a 2/2 is a bear. You're absolutely right. You're absolutely right. I do love those terms. I absolutely love those terms. We're gonna skip the glitch here because none of this really benefits me. Sometimes you find like a funny, hey, 100% more damage and you don't have a dash anymore, and I take that in a heartbeat. But I do like my dash to have distance rather than damage. I would take the opposite trade, actually. There's our max level Roar. For whatever that matters. Ah! There's the next spot, and the first boss has spawned. Now, the problem with the first boss is that we gave it additional attack speed through the hacking system. Wider deafening roar that deals constant damage and knocks enemies back, slowing them down. That's great. Now we can persistently run this into enemies every time it fires. We can kind of use it as a battering ram. We're going to aim for the spot down there. We want to be at the spot, and then we're just going to deal with the boss once we're there. And we do desperately hope that the roar hits in a direction. Oh, control zone might have been like a bad time. This might have been a really bad time to pick this up. I just hit my ultimate and it did very little in the wrong direction. Another piercing slash. Super curious about the stuff that garlic is in. Only submerged garlics I've had were garlic in water and roasted garlic in oil. It might just be water with like some mild seasoning. I've got a bottle of it over in the kitchen. I'll get back to you after stream. I'll get back to you after stream. Ah! And then he waddled away, waddle. We do not have boss fighting tech. Look how little our roar does here. Oh lord. Run away. Let's get to the next spot. The next spot has another glitch that might help us out. And then there is a loot spot as well. But we're gonna have to kite this boss for a little while. I should have put the burn on it. Dodge race. Ooh, dodge race is bad. Hold up. That is like not the right time. Reach the finish without being hit. Oh, never mind. That wasn't that bad. The finish wasn't that far away. 3 more revives, but we can't heal anymore. Less ultimate cooldown, more technique cooldown. Less ultimate cooldown, but we lose a tech slot. No, thank you. No, thank you. None of those, please. Key field. I'm pretty sure I won't get to evolve the slash here because we never got the slash to level 5. So I do not think I have the capacity to evolve it. Lord, oh damage. Oh, damage. Not good. We're almost there, What you got? Producer Bear, how does that meme of 888 bears work? Is that token spaced? I know it's just 8 bears stacked on top of one another, Cornstalk, no? Mind you, I've been out of Magic the Gathering for a while. I've only recently picked it back up, like a couple of weeks ago. Have I really picked Magic back up? So, like, a lot of the more in-depth memes about it, I am not very familiar with. Oh, that's how this works. So we're going to not take the Evo here, because we are going to want to get our passive going. Instead, we pick up Key Field. And then we're going to delay evolving as much as possible. Fantastic. Ah. Extremely casual. Yeah, same. I recently started a commander pod together with Milo and V and Zeno, which I'm really happy with. Like, love playing with those guys. We've played once so far, and then scheduling bit us a little bit. But our next session is soon, and it's been really fun. Just like getting back into it, remembering.
Chatting without it.
Coin. Thank you so much for the 31. Thank you. Really appreciate it. Always feel free to chat without it. Like, by all means, please. One of the big points that I always want to make is that this entire channel will forever be very free to play, free to anything. Recently, someone asked me my opinion on like a gacha game I was playing, and wanted like my opinion on a build, and then went like, "Oh, I'm not even subscribed." I'm like, "Dude, my advice comes for free. Don't worry, don't worry." I just personally like that. That I don't like. That's too much stuff in the way. Did we just knock this thing into Nirvana? We just knocked this thing into Nirvana. That's wonderful. You know what I'd like? You know what I'd like? Damage. I'd like to find some damage, please. We're just gonna aim. We're just gonna aim in that rough direction. And then everything's gonna be fine. So you can hold left click in order to aim. Aimed abilities, if you hold left click, ooh, collect all pansons, that's great. If you left click, you see this little arrow that popped up next to us. That allows you to aim your stuff. At least some abilities that can be aimed. We're out of rerolls, we're out of everything good, and we're just kind of sitting here, huh? There has to be in a neutral... Maybe that's the problem. Maybe the problem is that I'm trying to force neutral when I should just evolve to get a typing. We're evolving next level. We're evolving next level. It's not even because I don't think we're living. I think we desperately need to be offered skills that do something. Money, money, money. Don't really need the money right now. Hello, Vental, my old friend. Look at this little guy. Whee! And now we have bonus range damage. I believe that's what we have now. Is our ability different now? Gotta go fast event. There's a rock in the way of your gotta go fast event. What do you mean? And now it goes back. What? Huh? It went back on itself. Okay, fine. Treasure, but still. What? Tornado. I'm definitely picking up Tornado. We are not a wind base. We're neutral psychic, I thought, but okay. And we might start replacing some of our techniques as well. That's always a waste of XP, but honestly... there's a protein bar that helps us evolve Tornado. Can I check? Yes, I can. There's our synergies. I can't check what my ultimate is now. I just have to press the button for it, I reckon. It's a bit unfortunate. Okay, it's still the same thing, just with a different flavor. It doesn't like change archetype or anything like that. There's our next boss fight, Goro. Glad I wasn't caught in that. Ah! This is one thing I'm really happy with in terms of like attacks. Not just the attacks that you have, but the attacks that enemies have as well. They really captured like Temtem pretty well. Pretty well. Like you can recognize some of the attacks from the game, right? You go like, okay, I know what that is. I know what that is. I do like that flavor-wise. Psywave I don't like, so we're gonna be skipping that. I also don't necessarily like picking up this protein bar because the knockback doesn't really matter to me. But we have to pick something, and I don't want to replace the stuff we're already running. Grueling. Invulnerability, protein bar. Oh, not much here. We're going back to that chest, and then... We're a tornado in a dream, chat. We're a tornado in a dream. Protein bar. Ah! The floor is in fact lava. And I am in fact getting hit. Uh-oh. Come on. Come on, anything. There's another glitch on the top left. Let's go grab that glitch, please. Like, we could really use some damage. Well, not even fire rate, multi-shot? Dodge race. Oh god, it's dodge race again. Okay. I'm really glad the dodge races are very short. Good day, Brim. How are you doing today? 3 more projectiles, but minus 25% damage. The only projectile that's affected is, in fact, our whirlwind, but minus damage goes to everything. Very cool. Very cool. I am tempted to still take it. I'm tempted to still take it. Our swipe is also affected by this. I'm gonna regret this. I am going to regret this so bad. We're taking it. And then it's all just wind on a non-win 10. What is stab? Baby, don't hurt me. Baby, don't hurt me no more. Oh, there's another gonna go fast. Okay, we've got a lot of movement today. A lot of rocks in the way of set movement, and then it turns around. What do you mean, and then it turns around? The placement. Ah! Okay, we went very fast. Good XP, though. Xeno 2-day for me? Ooh, enjoy. Have fun. There we go. Beta Burst. Blaze of energy that pierces through enemies. I believe we're taking this even over the max level there, because I do want to start... I mean, this is Roar Plus, right? We shouldn't. Let's go drop Key Field. This has kept us alive long enough. But it is time to wash ourselves and no longer reek like garlic. No more garlic stench. The reason why we're seeing the same boss twice, by the way, is because we picked the modifier for additional bosses. So don't worry, it doesn't actually repeat bosses like that if you're doing runs normally. We've literally elected to have the boss spawn multiple times. Oh, no. Okay, that was a big chunk of my health. That was a huge chunk. It turns out boss fights hurt. Did you know that? Can you imagine? So many songs about the human ability to rotate. There's a lot. There is a lot. Hey, Maladel, how you doing? We've got a level of Beta Burst and Tornado to max. We still need to find the Beta Burst gear. I don't even know what that is. It might not even be unlocked. But there's Tornado Plus. Tornado that knocks back enemies in its path. Oh, Lord! What about the Cat 5? What was that earlier? I think we found it. I think we did, in fact, find it. Summoning Circle. Oh, we cannot step outside of the circle. My bad. Failed that gloriously. We're looking for healing, we're looking for magnets. There is healing, wonderful, we're looking for magnets. And for how they work. Oh Lord. Immediately run into the next thing. Very gifted. Summoning circle, once again. Okay, but this time we're not leaving the summoning circle. This time I've learned. Nah. Okay, and all of my good skills are on cooldown right before the summoning finishes. Hello, mate. How you doing? Hello, hello. It windy indeed. It very windy. There's Beta Burst maxed. The area and area of effect is yes. That is correct. Very much yes. I do need to try and aim this thing manually. I do like that you have manual aim mode. You can see they're all going there now instead of going anywhere else. But at the same time, we also tend to aim them at the wrong spot a lot. Control zone. This might be a bit difficult. You can see already that right now we're clearing one area. Like, we can remove south, but we can't really rapidly respond to threats from different angles. We just don't have that in us at the moment. Both of our main damage skills are pretty long cooldown, single launch sequences that once they're gone, don't redirect. Yeah. Corpse as... these have like a zombie effect where once they die, they don't for a little bit. And then they explode. We attack the compass directly? Exactly. Removing north. I do want to grab the Pansuns up there, simply because it's another event, right? Boxes galore! Ooh, this is a great one. So let's spawn boxes. Behold, the boxes galore event spawns boxes. There's another one where it spawns you 2 boxes and asks you to pick one. And then it either has money or a Tem in it. And then another one, another one, another one, another one. But the new boxes only spawn once you kill the last Tem. So if you pick the right one with only money in it, the next one spawns immediately. If you pick the wrong one, now you need to go find a Tem first. And the goal is to make as much money as possible. We yell at all of those. 13 minutes. Slime. In consideration of the slowed condition by 15, we are slowing now. Alternatively, we can just grab more movement speed. I think we're just grabbing more movement speed and we're aiming to replace this eventually. That's one of our placeholders. The placeholder for our field as well can now go away that we've gotten rid of the field. Sorry, sneeze. I'm afflicted by everything today. Half an hour of hiccups, sneezes. Yeah. What an unfortunate day to have a curse. Get you. In the corner. Now, here's the real question. Oh, hold up. I did not see that at all. A magnet dropped. Prepare for experience. Many, many experience. Wind trail. Leaves a windy trail behind the Tem that deals constant damage to enemies that step on it. Problem is that this is unfortunately not a ranged attack. So we can't really do anything with it. We're just grabbing the speed and we're hoping for another level up. We got another one. Boomerang. Ah, this is what we're looking for. Projectile that attacks a random enemy and returns to the caster dealing damage in its path. We're dropping a plus skill for it. That's how desperate we are right now. That is how desperate we are. We have 5 minutes left. There is a chance we can maybe pull this off. I do need to spam ultimate a bit more because one of our kudos is to have more ultimate damage. The movement speed that we picked up as a placeholder is actually the enhancer for Boomerang. That's wonderful. Huh? What a beautiful coincidence. So we have that going for us. And then we're just gonna hit this guy. We're just gonna... Oh, nope. There's an art restoration here. Did this just spawn on top of me? I do need to defeat the boss first before we go into that. Although now we have invincibility, so maybe we don't. Maybe we do the boss afterwards. We did have armor to get this started with. One thing that's always a bit brutal in games like this is that 8-directional movement is a bit difficult, right? Like if I'm trying to dash, I can obviously only dash in 8 directions because I'm on keyboard and mouse. And dash doesn't go towards mouse location. If you're on a controller, that's definitely much easier. You can find much, much better dashes. And I find that in every game that has an aggressive dash that you can do damage with, controller handles so much better. So much better. 65% more damage, but we can no longer heal. I mean, right? What's healing anyway? Healer? Barely know her. Launches boomerangs that are bigger, faster, and go further. They're harder, better, faster, and stronger. So we got to the boomerang upgrade very quickly. And now there's only 3 minutes, 40 seconds left without any healing allowed. That couldn't possibly go wrong. Right? Could not possibly go wrong. I believe. Oh, beautiful. Purple XP cubes are the most delicious experience cubes. Scientifically proven, purple is the most delicious color. Actually, what is the most delicious color? Chat! What is the most delicious color? Is it orange? Is it? It might be orange. I don't actually know. More movement speed is great. And then Pants on Feast is just a progression. Which we're 100% taking. Dark purple. Just mods is red plus yellow. Why would it be red plus yellow for mods? Ooh, please elaborate. Or maybe don't. Hold up. Well, no, it's Krembo. Krembo doesn't usually say offensive things. Hello, Adrelian. Hello. How you doing? Oh, that's an... Okay, sorry, I read that isn't what it's... Then I don't even know what is an MCD? What is that? Minor with culinary deficiency? Wait, that's fitting. Oh, Windblade! Windblade's also fantastic. But what would we be picking it up over? Over our swipe? I do want to keep the swipe. We're now all leveled out. Hello there, reroll. And we're just holding position until boss. Oh, McDonald's. Oh, I gotcha. Okay. I can't complain much with what I got. Ooh, what'd you roll? What were you rolling, Adrelian? The fact that we can't heal anymore means I do majorly have to keep my eye out on, like, things spawning around me. So reading chat is going to be a bit harder for the next 2 minutes. But I try. Insert so hard and I got so far, obviously. I love that that's still a thing, by the way. We used to make that joke 15 plus years ago. I love that that's still a joke being made regularly. Mostly by millennials, obviously, but still, it matters a lot to me. You can auto-select these now. Wait, but we're not allowed to heal. But what if we... The chosen reward will automatically select for each further level up during this run. If chosen, you won't be able to disable this setting, and you won't be offered any more perks or other level up rewards for the rest of this run. I don't want to do that because I want to see whether that actually does something. It does not, in fact, heal us. Okay. I mean, understandable, but also, boo. I thought I could cheat it. I couldn't. Oh, let me get out. Star Savior, Star Counter side event. Oh, I don't know what any of that is. Like the banners were on 1 day remaining, but still got 3 copies of. I don't think I'm at all familiar with what that game is. Either way, like my gacha capacity for like is currently completely filled. I'm full. Cannot have more. Don't want more either. Well, there's like a couple of things releasing soon, right? Give me all of that. Tentacle slash. Well, that's kind of slash. We're just gonna pick the money automatically now because we cannot get anything else anymore. Did I enjoy the Litmus April Fool's event? I had a blast. I had a blast with it, Nix. What? Obviously, we knew they were going to pull some AU sort of nonsense, right? Obviously, we knew they were going to, because they've done it twice before, so it wasn't exactly a surprise. But, A, it was funny. It was really, really funny. B, it was pretty high quality considering that obviously all of the voice acting went into it, all of the art went into it, and they just did a lot to make it work. And it wasn't too long, so it never overstayed its welcome. I had a grand time with that event. Like, well done, Project Moon, I do say. I have no idea how we're taking this down. I have no idea how we're taking this down, chat. I'm frozen. And that was just one freeze. Remember, we cannot heal. We cannot heal. Cool claw animation. I'm trying to stay close for our melee attack, and that's what got us there. We do have a revive, so if we go down once, we're coming back. But that's all we have. Oh, interesting shuriken. Could you less? Whirlwind. Big AoE. Huh? It froze itself. Oh. Oh, we've survived. Oh, we did it. Woo. Most people refuse to eat pure matte black cheese, no matter how much you insist that it's tasty. Actually, there's a barrier to overcome. I know, because I had to get over that barrier myself, Crambo, and then afterwards it's fine. But man, was I suffering. I'll tell you which colors aren't appetizing. The one time I bought a particularly exotic cheese to a cheese and wine night, I chose black lemon Gouda. Gouda. I haven't tasted that particular one. Justice, exactly. Justice. Wonderful event. Wonderful event. All right, so piercing slash went really well until we finally got our tornado level up. And for kudos, we unlocked piercing slash plus. We unlocked bullseye as a gear. We got our Venk's trait. We got a neutral skill node, our Ventled digital technique skill node. Piercing slash is now in the general pool, and we got some Panzans to level others. Wonderful. No other medium is better encapsulated how working in a kindergarten feels. I'm in hell. Possibly, probably, by all accounts. Yes. No, I had a lot of fun. I think that was a really, like, a truly good April Fool's event. The other really good April Fool's event we had was CZN. CZN's event was absolute peak, and I broke a no disagreement. I did it, finally, after 10,000 years. Inky, my beloved, is maxed, and there is a prestige system here. Let me get away real quick. Win a match with a Temtem skill tree fully upgraded to unlock their prestige. I can't wait to do that. But finally, I love this little bugger. What is my favorite Tem, actually? I don't think my favorite Tem is in the game. Because it's Genki, right? It's Genki. Genki is an enemy in the game, but not playable. Did I miss the CZN event? Probably. It only lasted for 2 days. It might still be on. They exchanged all of the card art. All of it. We need to get Platypet a hat. We need to get Platypet a hat. Exactly. A platypus? Ducklings! Ducklings. However, with that comes to end our first look at Temtem Swarms 1.0. Once again, the disclaimer, this was a sponsored segment. Thank you to Creamer for sponsoring and letting me play a game that I was already going to play. I really, really appreciate that. We have, if you're interested in it, a link to the Steam page over there. There it is. The game just got into 1.0 after a lengthy early access period in which they've like fine-tuned it. It is 30% off for the 1.0 launch. Go check it out. It is one of my favorite survival likes. Bullet heavens, dodge many things thrown at you likes, right? And there are enough quirky things about it, including obviously the IP integration with Tems, to like make this one really stand out. If this is a genre that you like, and I know many, many people do, absolutely go check the thing out. Yeah. I'm never good at closing out these segments, so I don't know. So, button. That is also going to be it from me in general today. Thank you everyone for watching. I'm going to be back tomorrow. Tomorrow there will be boats. Shed. And then on Saturday there will be boats. And then... yeah. That's the week. Everybody. Thank you for being here. Have a great rest of your day, or night, or evening, whatever it currently is, wherever you are. Thank you for your time. I really, really appreciate you spending it here. I know that's some of the most valuable stuff that any of us have. Thank you so much. And one last time, good night.